Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Brian F. Irving. I'll be the Games Master for this afternoon's game, and I'm just going to delete the starting soon message because I do believe we're about to begin. So welcome to the stream. This is our first attempt to live stream this. We haven't actually managed to do a live sound check with the entire cast yet, so let's just hope things go okay. So, let us begin. I should warn you, I'll be mainlining tie rosettes throughout the entire game because I've got a bit of a sore throat. So I do apologise if I sound a bit more hoarse than usual, and indeed if I've lost the ability to speak.
Nay.
Okay, so Valley of the Whispering Titans by Jesse Decker. Starring Patrick Heaviside as Kerj Razor-Claw, Louise Morris as Nicolas Marty, Shaun McGuile as Aldoran Talloran, the cast as Tamara Greyhawk, and Brian F. Irving as the Games Master. The adventure is taken from Fantasy Age Lairs by Green Ronin Publishing, and the music you'll be hearing during the course of the day is by Tabletop Audio and Nox Arcana. Cartography for this game is by Brian F. Irving, but the maps are all based on those by Green Ronin Publishing, which appear in their Fantasy Lairs book. Some minor tweaks as I've changed one or two bits of the adventure, because I tend to do that. If you do happen to be a player that's going to be playing in somebody's Fantasy Age game, and this is an adventure you are going to play, then please stop listening now. If you're a games master who's going to be running it, then feel free. It's not like there's going to be any spoilers for a games master, but there will be, obviously, for players. So with that, I will launch us directly into the game as soon as I find my master handout, which appears to have vanished. It's a good start. Okay. Callum Resmill is a name that few know, but it is a name that Kerj Razor-Claw has heard again for the first time in 10 years. When last Kerj met Callum, the two were young druids in the wilderness frontier, each learning the names and properties of this herb or that plant, the ways of one species of animal or another. What happened to Callum, however, is a question that Kerj never knew the answer to. The human druid took off into the wilderness to find his own place in the world, and the two never met again. Recently, however, Kerj has heard the name once more, on the lips of trappers and prospectors venturing down to Fannon's trading post from the remote frontier regions. Callum, it would seem, if the trapper's gossip is true, found himself drawn to a mysterious valley in the barrier peaks. A valley shunned by most, and referred to as the Valley of Whispering Titans, after the enormous stone skulls said to dominate the landscape. What became of Callum once he entered the valley is not known, but the valley is shunned by the people of the barrier peaks for a reason. Even the fair beast folk give it a wide berth, and speak malign whispers that can be heard by those that tarry there too long. Concerned that Callum may have met a grim fate in the valley, the wilderness wanderers have decided to follow the directions that they've received from mountain folk to the valley in search of the missing druid. It's now about a week since you parted company with the Company of Light at the base camp. They to pursue their own adventure in the tombs of Saragossa, and you to press on to the Valley of Whispering Titans, so that Kerj can look for his old acquaintance, if not actual friend, and find out exactly what fate has befallen the man who disappeared 10 years ago. The journey up through the barrier peaks so far has been fairly easy for you because you're all used to it. The weather is still rather mild for the region. You're climbing into the mountains, but the snow line is still considerably higher than you are. In fact, it's relatively pleasant mid-summer as you climb up through the rising valleys. The trees are lush and green, the birds singing, twittering in the trees, and Kerj has noticed that the birds and animals have been much friendlier than his last journey into the swamps, during which they appeared to be a rather sarcastic breed. Even Quoth, the raven which follows Kerj around, has been in a much happier mood of late. At least, that was the case. But now, as you approach the valley itself, a huge stone skull rising out of the landscape ahead of you, everything seems to be changing. There is a slightly oppressive feel here. Even the light seems to have taken on a slightly different quality. The trees seem somewhat gnarled. Some of the branches and boughs are lacking foliage for no explanation. There are no animal sounds, or at least very few. The birds seem to stay clear of this place. And as you approach this massive, gargantuan skull on one side of the stream, you notice that each of you feels as if you've been watched, as if some malign, malevolent force is gazing down upon you from somewhere. Before you now, you should see, starting to resolve, the map of the whole valley. Those birds that aren't making any noise seem to be making an awful lot of noise. And you will notice that the party has...
That's what Marty said.
That's what Marty said, yeah. You'll notice that the party has a single marker. This is for the party movement throughout the valley, because this valley is huge. For the purposes of this game, I have scaled it down a little bit, but it's still quite a sizable area to be adventuring across. You find yourselves on the southern bank of the stream which runs through the valley. You've heard trappers refer to the stream as the stream of blades, or similar names, but you don't particularly know why, and none of them have really been able to tell you why either. Calling it a stream seems to understate it a little bit, as it's several meters wide. So, you should all be able to see yourselves on the valley map now. You can move one square at a time, and I'll tell you if you can continue to move or if anything occurs. North of you, you should be able to see the first of the giant skulls.
Are those Oxbow Lakes?
Those are indeed Oxbow Lakes, yes.
Well, my goodness. Finally, what I learned in Year 8 geography has paid off.
They're not giant blue worms.
They're not giant blue worms. They are Oxbow Lakes, which the audience can probably tell because they're seeing the Games Master's view, so all the labels are on. But you won't see the labels, so you wouldn't have just read that. So, what would you like to do at the moment?
So, quick estimate, how wide is the actual running, flowing stream?
It varies, but it's round about sort of 10 metres wide. Round about where you are, it's just a little bit over 10 metres. Yeah. There are narrower points.
So it's narrowest.
Wider ones as well. At its narrowest.
Between 5 and 10 then?
Yes, between 5 and 10 metres generally. Yeah. Currently,
having a look into the water to see.
Okay. Make a perception scene.
Just having a look into the water. Oh.
Yeah, make a perception scene.
Specifically to look and see if there's any actual blades, if there's any swords being thrown in there.
Yes.
Or dropped.
You want a perception seeing test, okay.
Yep, perception seeing it is.
Okay.
I'll give it
So Kerj,
how poor is that?
yes, Aldoran, the short-sighted elf, can see. He notices that the water is exceptionally clear. Patrick Kerj, on the other hand, notices quite a bit more. Kerj notices that A, the water is exceptionally clear. B, some of the rocks in there are quite sharp. Possibly that's where the name comes from, but you think not. I'll come back to that in a moment. Also, what you notice, the first thing that struck you that has passed Nicolas Marty by and has passed Aldoran by, you notice there are no fish. Nothing alive in the water. A little bit of algae here and there near the rocks that are closest to the surface and near the bank. But no fish, no aquatic creatures.
Good job we brought trail rations.
It is indeed. Which, incidentally, are in your cart, and I didn't get an answer to the pre-game question I asked about 2 weeks ago, and I forgot to re-ask it, about whether or not you are hand-drawing the cart or whether you brought mounts with you to do, or draft animals with you to do it.
I missed that question.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might have
Thanks,
missed
yeah,
it. And I did mean to re-ask it closer to the time. But,
I would if it's like a wagon. I don't know how big a cart it is in estimate. It would be a 2-horse thing.
it's a small wagon, usually drawn by a single horse would actually do the trick.
Well, Aldoran and Nicolas both have skinny wee elf arms, so unless Kerj is going to drive it, he can bring the horses.
Okay, bring the horses. That's no problem.
Skinny wee elf arms.
So unless the druid is taking horse form and becoming a beast of burden, we're bringing a horse.
At least.
So with that in mind, we're bringing a horse.
Okay, you're bringing a horse with you, so you have one of your draft animals is with you drawing the cart. I'll add that back on later when that becomes appropriate. So that means you can actually move. Still just 1 square at the moment, actually, because we're moving through this cautiously as you check things out. So that's what you've noticed about the river. Also, it is conceivably fordable here to somebody who is mounted, but there are areas sort of further upstream you can see where it's shallower. So roughly where the skull faces the river, for example, there's fordable areas there.
I'd like to find out as much as I can about the nature of this river. It seems incredibly dangerous and very suspicious.
Okay.
I'd like to possibly just put a drop of blood into it and see if something reacts.
Okay.
Blood magic!
I was going to suggest meat on a stick.
Stick's another option. Okay. You slice into the tip of your finger and just squeeze a drop of blood into the water. You see the blood hits the water and sort of flows out through it in exactly the way you would expect before it's washed away downstream. Nothing untoward seems to have happened. I did mention I was going to come back to something about the stream. I've just realised. So if I could have a folklore roll, please. So that would be intelligence, historical law, or not? Yeah, historical law. Okay, Kerj has scored 18 with 3 stunt points. Marty is.
Oh, I got stunts on the exploration one to look in the river as well.
That's right. You can select some exploration stunts if you would like to.
That would be the object of my attention, a +1 bonus to further tests to examine or perceive additional aspects of the object of your test until the time or venue change.
Okay. So
yeah, I don't think I'll bother.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So Kerj,
divine intervention.
Kerj, you have remembered a story that was told to you by a bard of some, I was going to say some renown, that's not particularly true yet, but a bard who you know, it was Nicolas Marty, in point of fact, who told you the story, which is why Nicolas also knows it, of a hero who once ventured into this area and is credited with having slain the Titans whose skulls are now dotted around the thing. Although you doubt that element because the Titans would be so far back in history that you very much doubt the veracity of the story. But the story does talk of this hero who slew one of the Titans and during the course of their adventures here lost their sword in the river. And during later adventures, whilst crossing the river to deal with other enemies, stood on their own sword as luck would have it and sliced open their leg. And you think that's where the various versions of the river's name come from.
But it doesn't explain why there's no fish. It doesn't explain the very sharp rocks that are in there.
No, it doesn't.
And these skulls, where's the rest of the Titan? Where's the rest of the remains?
Can you give me a perception seeing test, please? Anybody else who would like to can also, as long as you're focusing on the skulls and the idea of where the rest of the Titan's remains might be. Okay, Kerj has just passed. Aldoran has just passed.
I already rolled.
You already rolled, and
We all got
just
the
passed.
same
You've all got 15, which
number.
is exactly the target number I was looking for. Okay.
Okay.
So what you notice then is that the skulls, they don't actually look like bone. They have a vaguely bone-like colour to them, or perhaps a more sort of sandy rock would be more accurate. So sometimes,
Sculptures.
yeah, sometimes you look at the stones and they look like. Sometimes you look at the skulls and they look like bone. Sometimes you look at the skulls and they look like stone. So they might be cleverly
fossilized.
They could be fossilised, yes. There could be fossilised skulls or there could be sculptures. Nicolas Marty is leaning towards the idea of them being fossilised. But if anybody's interested in trying to figure it out, if you got a bit closer, I would allow you a intelligence natural law.
Well, the first thing I think we want to do is to ascertain if the river is safe to ford across.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else hear a weird noise occasionally? I don't know if it's an animal or if it's something else or if it's the wind whistling through the trees, but every now and then there's a very weird whistle.
That might actually be... no, actually, it's not.
Wait a moment.
Kerj will attune his bear-like ears and have a listen.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception listening roll for me, please. I'm not going to ask for one from Nicolas Marty. I'm going to assume Nicolas has already passed because, Louise, you actually heard it in the soundtrack. So, let me have a look. Aldoran has passed. Tamara's passed. Kerj has very narrowly failed.
It's his earplugs in from last night.
It's because Kerj is concentrating too much on the water. His head's much lower to the ground, so the sound of the tinkling water as it rushes past is making it more difficult to hear whatever it is that Nicolas Marty has picked up on the wind. And certainly the others have heard it as well. There is a faint whistling, and at first you took it to be the sound of the wind through the trees, but it's not. It's something else. In fact, at the back of it, there is a faint whispering sound. This could be the whispering from which the Titan, the valley, gets its name. For most of you, this is a point of interest. For Nicolas Marty, however, hearing this faint whispering noise is giving you cold chills because it reminds Nicolas Marty of the Abbey.
Oh, no.
It's not exactly the same, but it does remind him of it enough that he is concerned by what he's hearing.
Yeah, no, but none of the rest of us were there.
There's no
None of
shadows
the rest
here.
of you were there, that's right. There are shadows here, but it's mostly shadows of trees and whacking great skulls. And the valley
It was
sides
not
as well.
itself that.
Ah, right, yes.
Do I take it that these two are up on a ridge? That these would you'd have to do some rock climbing to get up to them.
Yes. All except one
Right.
of the skulls is elevated up the side of the stone valley.
That being that one.
Yes, the most easterly pair are the highest. They're quite a height up and gazing down across the valley as a whole.
Oh, either side of this pass.
Yes.
So kind of like a pair of sentinels or those sphinxes from Neverending Story.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, right. So the thing is, do we get a piece of meat, put it on a stick or a fishing line or something, and wiggle it in the water?
One quick question before we do: which direction is the river flowing?
It's flowing east to west. So the source is further into the valley.
So this is the top end of the valley. This is the bottom end of the valley.
That's correct. Yes. So it's
Right.
flowing...
So things.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So, things would not flow past these two sentinel skulls. Like from the direction that we're coming, things would come the other way.
That's right.
Yeah.
You notice as well,
Right.
if you're thinking of those as sentinel skulls, another rather perturbing notion strikes you. Both of them are angled to look into the valley, not out. So if indeed they are sentinels, then they're there to stop things leaving, not entering.
Oh.
Aha. Well, okay, so this one is looking upstream,
Yes.
like directly upstream,
Yes.
covering the angle that these two can't see.
Yes.
If we can start making
Go on.
right, okay, we've got the throwing some meat into the river idea to do first. I'd quite like to do like the line of sight from each skull and cross them over to see what they can see.
Okay, feel free to draw that on if you would like to.
Well, Shaun's idea with the meat was first, so I'll do it after that one.
Okay, so you go into your rations and try and find some fresh meat. Could I have a perception smelling test, please?
Okay.
There's nothing to be sniffed at.
Has our meat gone bad?
Well, that's what you're about to find out.
More quickly than we might otherwise have expected.
16 with 4 stunts.
16 with 4
16
stunts.
with no stunts.
No, it hasn't. The meat's still in exactly the condition you would expect it to be. But for some reason, you all had this initial feeling that it wasn't going to be. When you started to rifle through your food, you just had this sort of slight doubt. Something was creeping into your mind. You convinced yourselves that the meat was going to be off when you got into it. Actually, it's not. It's fine. Most of your supplies are either vegetables or preserved meat, but you were on a relatively short trip, so you have brought some fresh meat with you. You dangle a piece of it into the river, and as the water trickles down away from that, you can see the meat's kind of... there's more of an undercurrent than you thought there was, so that the meat is bending down towards the west, back towards where you came in once you get a bit deeper. So there's a slight undercurrent here that might have taken you by surprise had you not spotted it.
Is there anything else I would be able to tell about this river stream thing being a water mage? I have water arcana. Could I do an intelligence roll on that?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll allow you to make a intelligence roll to see if there's anything else about this water that you need to
It's
consider.
wet.
It's wet.
Really wishing I had one of the higher level spells now, because it would make getting across it a lot easier.
Well, as I
Ice
say, there
bridge.
are fording points further up, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've scored 11 with 3 stunt points. There's nothing about it that strikes you as particularly curious. There is a high mineral content. You can see some of the mineral deposits on some of the stones. In fact, the stones themselves are not so much what's sharp, it's some of the mineral deposits that's forming on them that are causing sharp edges. This is not entirely surprising for a mountain stream, although it's a bit of a surprise for one this large. Usually that degree of mineral deposits you wouldn't see in anything this big.
So this is not fresh water then. This is water which is tainted with whatever chemical traces are from these minerals, which might explain the salinity's too high
For the fish.
for fish.
Yeah. It might indeed.
Like it's seawater style water, but far from the sea, so freshwater fish can't survive in it.
It's yes and no. It's not quite to that extent, but there is a significant mineral content in it that you might put it this way: if you were in a different world, in, for example, its 20th or 21st century, you could bottle
France.
this and make quite a good living from it. So yes, it's mineral water essentially. It's just usually you would expect a stream this wide and this large to have diffused those minerals more than they are, which means there might be quite a high content, which could explain the lack of fish.
Is it carbonated?
It's not
Fizzy.
carbonated, though.
Oh, it's okay. That's okay. We
Does-
can drink
does-
it and it won't taste horrible.
Does it have a lemon taste?
Is there some sort of mineral deposit that would eliminate the oxygenization in the water so that nothing could breathe under there?
I think we might be progressing slightly
It's
past
certainly beyond the realms of what a medieval druid would know.
It's
Just
beyond the realms.
purely out of
Yeah, it's
purely
beyond the
geological
realms of what
interest.
this 21st level Games Master knows as well. So I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid.
Well, Dead Sea.
Yeah, it's definitely not as strong as that. No. It would be perfectly healthy for humanoids to drink. You're not entirely convinced it would be deadly to fish, but you do feel it's probably not ideal for them. It probably puts them off a bit.
Well, you know that fish form that you have.
Well, before I do that, before I put my entire self into it,
Turn it into fish and get in the
what I
water.
was going to suggest was that I put my finger into it if Nicolas has his healing water spell at the ready.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. Okay.
But there's plenty of water to use it on.
There's
You
quite a
can
bit.
Now,
You can dip a toe.
if the water hurts me, and then you try to use that same water to heal me, we could have a problem.
All
Well,
it
you do
takes
have-
is water.
You do have your canteens, which are all full at the moment. Although it does occur to you, did fill them from this stream just about a
Further
mile
down.
further down. Yes.
I would surmise that the effect is local only to a sort of given radius where the skulls are. Beyond that, it'll just be sort of inert water.
I mean,
Is
there's
this-
one way to find out.
I'm sticking my finger in it.
Okay. You stick your finger in it, and the moment your finger hits the water, you notice a sensation of it getting wet.
Yeah. Exactly what I was expecting.
Okay, so your finger's wet, and the temperature of the water is cool. It's
Yep.
not cool to a point that would surprise you at all. It's a little bit cooler than the day would suggest. However, you are in the mountains, and you suspect there's quite a bit of snow runoff feeds into this, and it's less than a degree difference. You really don't think there's anything there that cannot be explained.
This really does tell you a lot about gamers, doesn't it? There's 5 giant skulls in this valley. Let's experiment on the river. What's the chemical composition
Yeah.
of the river?
No. Look.
Let's take a degree in geology about the river.
Yes, I know.
In the
We're
meantime,
just
all the
testing the
skulls have
water.
fallen asleep.
Yeah, you're just testing the water. I know I said at the start, don't let the fact that we're streaming this one change the way we play. But I should probably have added, and also don't take the piss. So, actually, this is pretty much how we play. People get hung up. Every gaming group, you get hung up on the first thing you think is what the games master's going to spring, don't you?
It takes us an hour and a half to move
I'd
a
completely
square.
forgotten we were streaming this.
Yes. So
Now I'm self-conscious.
Oh, don't be self-conscious. I wouldn't worry. about
Wait. So we're streaming this about a stream.
a stream. Yes. Indeed, we are. But yes, you can find nothing untoward about the water. It hasn't harmed you in any way. No stream of ravenous quippers have come down and ripped your arm off yet.
All right. Okay, going a little bit deeper into the water, I'm going to touch those rocks, those sharp rocks.
Okay.
How sharp are they?
They're sharp enough that if you stood on them without paying attention, your weight would cause you to cut yourself on them. However,
Wow.
just touching them gently with your hand, you're not going to cut yourself unless you run your hand along it, sort of, applying some pressure. Much like if you've ever used a metal ruler, if you're not careful with it, you can cut yourself on the metal edge. It's like that. As long as you're being moderately careful, you're not going to hurt yourself. I mean, if you really want to hurt yourself, you can.
No. Right, so is the entire riverbed like that?
Well, you don't know, you can't see the entire riverbed, but
That's a good point.
the bits you can see, it appears to be like that, yeah. I mean, it's not every rock, don't get me wrong, it's just like patches of...
So is there a safe way to get across by being careful?
Oh, yeah, no problem. If you were dashing across, being pursued by ravenous monsters, you would probably risk cutting your feet. But if you were picking your way across carefully, you would have no problem.
What if you're that fast you can run across the surface of the water?
Well, if you're running across the surface
Did you
of the
realise
water...
somebody had taken the Jesus specialisation?
I was thinking more of Remo, Unarmed and Dangerous.
Right. No, you obviously, if you were on the surface of the water, the rocks wouldn't be an issue.
Hang on a second. We've got a cart that can be changed into
A boat.
a boat form.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
You can indeed. It does take you about half an hour because you've got to take the wheels off, store the wheels. Well, maybe half an hour is a bit unkind, but it would take a while.
The issue though is how fast flowing is it? You saying there was an undercurrent, so we'd have to go slightly further upstream.
Yes, you'd think going upstream would be a wiser
to push
idea.
off. So say we went up to this point here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then sort of, I don't know, aimed across
Just kind of canted it.
to hit this bank over this way.
Yeah, you could do it.
Yeah.
Should we do that then?
Yeah, we need to do an evergreen freighter in a canal.
Quite. Okay, so I'm going to move your token for you for a moment because once you
Okay.
get here, so you're moving upwards at a relatively slow pace, a walking pace. You're taking notice of your surroundings. You notice that it's growing even more quiet as you get closer and closer to this skull. And I'm going to read
Is
you-
this the point where the actual skulls looking?
Oh.
You do feel that the closer you get to the skull, the more this sensation of being watched kicks in. It's getting stronger and stronger as you're getting closer. Can I have a perception seeing roll from you all, please?
Could I also ask, can I still hear the weird noise? Because I'm still hearing it on the soundtrack.
Okay, well the soundtrack's actually stopped, so... Oh no, it
Well,
started again.
that's-
It started again. Right, yes, you can still hear the strange
Okay.
noise. That's funny, I could have sworn we had a different soundtrack loaded up for this particular map, but apparently not. Okay.
Haunted soundtrack.
So let me have a look. The Aldoran, your perception was 16 with 4 stunts, yes?
No.
No, that was a previous one, was it?
Yeah, you need to roll down. It's 19.
19, okay, well that's good enough. Tamara's was 15, which is good enough. Kerj was 16, which is good enough. Nicolas was 13. Okay, so you all notice there are wisps of smoke coming out the eyes of the skull that you're looking across the river at. Right?
Someone's living in it.
Only Aldoran notices what appears to be a humanoid form that occasionally crosses in front of the light source that's coming out of the eyes slightly. So you can see there is some humanoid form inside that skull. However, the incredibly sized skull rises from the hillside as if it's all that remains visible of some unimaginably huge giant that must be buried beneath. Wisps of smoke and flame emanate from its eyes, and from time to time you think, or at least Aldoran thinks, but can't be entirely sure, that they see movement from within. Actually, Aldoran's relatively definite he sees movement. He only thinks it's humanoid.
There's a thing I was planning on doing, which we didn't do because we got distracted with the dropping the meat and then the boat idea.
Okay.
I was going to do the line of sight from each skull. Could we possibly just go back to that previous map before we go on?
Yes, you can. I will just drag you back.
I just want to see if there's like a common crossover point or any kind of indication.
Okay. Do you want me to draw the lines of sight on for you, or do you feel...
Oh, ideally, yes, that'll be even better.
Okay, no problem. So I'll use polygon line, and
What's
we'll
it about
use
here, maybe?
a nice...
I think 4 of them are kind of going to intersect, and one's completely different. We may have to end up turning one of these.
These are the central lines of vision that I'm drawing on. Bear in mind that they would actually be about 45 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like it's a triangle
Yes.
coming out of them?
Yeah.
Or like a vision cone.
Yes, like
Yeah.
a vision cone.
Right.
So you imagine that the point at which most of the skill's visions cross is around about the centre point of the Oxbow Lakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere around about here.
Where the river used to be, and there was a hero who dropped his sword in the river.
That's right.
Yeah, I think we want to be investigating that area after we've taken a look at this.
After you've
This
taken a
skull over
look
here.
at this skull. So I'll just drag you
Yeah.
back to the
Yeah. Thank you.
the map outside the skull.
Ideas, that's what's inside his skull.
Ideas, yes. Okay, could I get a... Let me just have a quick look. That's observing the skull. Anybody who's observing the skull, could you give me a perception seeing test, please?
Another one.
Another one, yeah. Separate one. Yeah, and anybody that beats 15... right.
None of us.
Yes,
Equal
I
to
did.
15, yeah.
Did you?
Equal
Oh,
to or...
15 with 4 points of stunts.
Yeah. Okay. So, characters of the skull. Right. You definitely see that humanoid form that Aldoran was pointing out earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Although it shows him as having failed because he'd already seen it, I'm giving him a bonus, so he's passed as well. There's definitely a humanoid form that's moving around inside the skull. Did anyone beat 17?
No.
Not this time.
Okay.
I did get 4
Three
points of stunts, however.
Three stump points on the last one, previous one.
Okay.
What's that?
Aldoran, I'm going to let you gain the additional information then. The humanoid form you can see inside the skull is this odd grey-green in colour. And the overall form is feminine.
So probably not Kerj's friend.
Probably not Kerj's friend, no. Was there anybody was not observing the skull? Did anybody not make a roll there?
No, we all rolled there.
I think all of our attention would have been on
On the
that.
skull.
So the red creature in the woods to the south. And
Yeah, as a player, I've spotted two other things,
And-
but my character was
Your
looking
character
at the skull.
hasn't noticed
and the
them.
moose.
Okay. So that and the moose, yes, the large elk which is drinking from the river, which has suddenly sort of looked up and straight at you. It's shown absolutely no fear of you at all. It's just looking straight at you. You don't know if this is just because it's not accustomed to seeing humanoids and is just curious. However, you don't really have a great deal of time to think about that, because if you would all like to, well, actually, you can roll initiative now, but the creatures, because you didn't get a chance to see them, are going to get a round of. I meant to delete that one because it's from a different scene. I'm going to get a round of surprise on you. So just bear with me till I open the turn order. Right, there you go. Turn order's now open, so you can start making initiatives.
Sorry, I was a bit click happy there.
That's okay. It happens. I did tell you to make the rolls before it actually opened. That's on
right.
me, I think.
What's loose about this house?
I think the moose might be my acquaintance.
Oh, why did?
Yeah, I did do that.
Hang on.
Yep.
Why didn't that put my initiative in?
It hadn't quite opened when you rolled.
No, it was open. It was on the screen.
That's okay. We'll type
I
that.
think it was in the process of loading. It was the turn order was on the screen, but there was like that.
Sorry,
that other blank
we'll
message
type it
that-
in manually. Then not a worry. Let me just open
20.
the master. So you're on 20. I'll just find you first then, and add you. Add turn. Initiative 20. Right, if the rest of you would like to go ahead and add you yourselves, and I'm going to start adding the beasties. So I can.
Yeah,
Do you-
Tamara
I
didn't add.
got 14. Do you want me to re-roll and click?
No,
or...
you can go as well. So Tamara's hasn't added either. Okay, so
Mine
there seems.
hasn't?
Yeah, yours is added. If there's two people who hasn't, that might mean there's a problem with either the character sheets or roll 20. But we'll look into it in a moment.
I just rolled before you had the turn order open.
Right. Yes, but
Yeah.
both
Yeah.
Shaun and Tamara's.
Oh, all right.
So what
Yeah,
did
the
Kerj
other
get?
thing is-
14, did you say?
14, yes.
Okay. The other thing is you were
Yeah.
going to say, Shaun, go ahead.
Yeah, Tamara has a focus
Yes.
under dexterity, but with nothing in it.
It should read 2. Or there's no
No,
entry
there's
at all.
no entry. It's
Oh,
just
that's
a 2.
right. Okay. The reason that happens sometimes is during character generation, somebody will think they're going to take one, type it into the character, change their mind, and delete it. And what happens then is the character sheet continues to show that there was something there. It doesn't actually close the field down properly. So that's all that's happened there. That's
Right.
all I'm worried
Well,
about.
I've removed that. Then I don't know if it should have been there, but she had initiative anyway as part of the thing. So
Right. Okay.
hers is a 13 as well.
There's a 13 as well. Let me just have a look and I'll add that for you. Where is Tamara? There she is. So add turn and type in 13. And now I've finished dealing with the issues that people found on their own. I finally get around to adding the opponents.
Adding the soon to be dead,
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
or are they already undead?
They appear to be animals at the moment, but if you give me a second to do this, and then we'll give you more detail. Initiative roll. Looks like the animals are going in okay, so it might have been an issue with that. Although it's the same character sheets start-wise, isn't it? Sort of back-end-wise, I think is what I meant.
That sounded like an oink.
It did sound like an oink, which is appropriate because what's charging out of the woods at you are boars, or that at least it appears to be. Tearing out of the woods to your south are 3 massive razorback boars come herring out of the undergrowth and charge you. Let me just add this and that. And I'll just pan out to make sure I've got everything. Yes, I have. Right, and I will reorder that, although, as I mentioned before, the animals are going to get the drop on you. So this one comes charging out, squealing angrily and just hurtling straight towards Kerj's on that flank. This one's going straight towards Aldoran. This one might not make it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, it does. Got one more. 12. Okay, so the first boar is going to attack Kerj. It rushes in and attempts to gore Kerj in the leg. Bulls are relatively aggressive animals at the best of times, so there's nothing particularly surprising about this right now. 12, was that a... Sorry, I'm looking at tomorrow's roll. 17, was that a hit?
Almost definitely. Yeah, my defense is only 12.
Okay. So the boar races in and gores Kerj up the side of the calf for 5 points of damage. Kerj kind of hops backwards in an attempt not to get his arteries torn open, and the tusk just kind of grazes the leg slightly, so that...
2 points of armor, so that's 3 damage, yeah?
So that's 3 damage. So that's largely more sort of... It's a light graze with some, tiring from having jumped out of the way, I think, really. So there's 2 boars heading towards Aldoran, but one of them doesn't quite make it in the first round, so Aldoran's only been attacked by 1. This one races out and attempts to gore the elf. 12, is that a hit?
No.
Didn't think so. Aldoran sees it coming and almost contemptuously just steps to one side as it thunders in. Amazingly, his speed seems to be greater than the boar's even. Meanwhile, can I have a... Actually, no, don't worry about it. 1, 2, 3. I knew there was supposed to be 3 of these. So which one hasn't keyed in? It'll be this one. Initiative. There we go. Okay, so that's the surprise round. The enemy's not really taking the best of that, it has to be said. So, I'm going to reorder the initiative. Descending order, and we find Aldoran as the first to act. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to have to shoot, aren't I? Obviously.
I would say that's probably likely, yep. So you've got a major action and a minor action. Your minor action, presumably, is to knock the bow, and your major action is to shoot. Although I'm going to say you probably have had the bow knocked anyway, because you were concerned of dangers in the area. I'm going to be generous and say that you were already knocked and ready to fire.
Okay, just checking my various bits and pieces. Right, okay, so yeah, it's a bow shot against that nearest...
This one?
Whichever one it is. Well, is its dexterity lower than 5?
Let me just take a quick check, but I would imagine so for a bow, yes. Let's see now. Its dexterity is 2, so yes.
Yeah.
Which means
so
you get your
pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah.
Talent comes into play against that one, and here's my roll to hit.
18 is a hit.
Yeah, so it takes 16 points of damage.
Right, okay, so that's 12 that gets past its hide. So, You see the ball coming. It races
Oh,
forward.
sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, +1 because it's within 6 yards.
+1 because it's within 6 yards. You are quite correct. Yes. So I'll just take another one off there. So the ball comes hurtling in. You knock an arrow. It reaches you and attempts to gore you. You contemptuously step sideways, bring your bow up and thump right into the side of the bow. It squeals with it. That was a terrible squeal. It squeals as as the arrow rather thunks into its side and sinks a good 2 to 3 inches into its thick, meaty hide. The creature's injured. Not as badly injured as you would hope, because boars are sturdy, vicious creatures, but it is suffering from that impact. That was your major action. What would you like to do as your minor action? Or did you?
I'm going to move.
Yep.
From where I am.
That seems wise.
Right. So that I am, let's see, the speed at which they charged. Out of the woods,
yes.
Yeah, which unfortunately you gave away there, right? I'm going to be, let's see, where can we go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I actually get up on top of these rocks over here?
Wait, I'm going to have to pan out a bit and see what you were pinging. Go ahead and ping them again. Yeah. Oh, those ones right next to it. Yes, you can. Yep. Yep, you run round the side of the the wagon, leap up onto the wagon's wheel with one foot, push off it and land on the rock with the other foot and spin round, ready to deal with the next threat. The next threat, it would seem, would be the same boar that attempted to gore you just a moment ago. However, it now has alternative... oops, it is. I'm panning out instead of in. Okay, it now has alternative targets that are closer to it. So its next closest target is going to be Tamara. So this time it's going to charge Tamara. However, it's not going to be crossing enough ground to gain its +1 to hit. So it'll charge in to attack Tamara. Make an attack. Doesn't get to him. And 15, does that hit Tamara?
Yes, it would.
It does, okay. So it races in and attempts to open her femoral artery with its razor-sharp tusks. It hits her for 9, so I'd imagine her armour is going to absorb a portion of that.
Yeah.
So it's missed the femoral artery by a good bit. It's not gone deep enough either. It's grazed her. There is blood. But she's managed to pull her leg back before the tusk's gone in too deeply.
Right. I've got her character sheet. I'm doing the adjustments for it.
Right, you are, no problem. Okay, so just need to pop this open and see what its movement is going to be. Right, okay, thank you. So... Okay, and the next one. This one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So the elk just let the wolves go past.
Right, exactly. I wasn't sure if anyone would notice, but now that you have, I'll tell you exactly what happens. At the same time the boar comes racing out after you, further up the river, 3 dire wolves emerge from the side of the wood, just bursting out of the greenery, charging initially what you think is straight for the elk, which doesn't even bother to look round. It just keeps its eyes fixated on the party. The wolves come
summoned them.
The wolves come herring up, and instead of attacking the elk, they swarm around it and turn down towards you to thunder in towards you to present a second attack line.
The elk is my acquaintance druid who's gone rogue and is called in all these animals to take us down.
Okay, that's a theory. You'll find out later whether that's true or not. I've accidentally moved one wolf that shouldn't have moved yet, so remind me when we get to that wolf that he's gone. Kerj to act.
Okay. As a druid, what do I know of? Not warthogs. What are they? Sorry.
Boar, wild boar.
But wild boar. What's their natural predator?
Okay. Humans, one of the predators
Yeah.
for boar. We do enjoy boar meat.
Yep.
As for other predators, there's not a great deal predates on boar because they're vicious, powerful animals that can open up most predators. Wolves, in a desperate situation, might, but usually not because they're likely to lose members of the pack to a boar. So
Honey
if they,
badger.
if they outnumbered them by enough, they might.
Skunk.
Yeah. So there's actually not much predates. And the other thing you notice about these boar that are different from, in your experience, boar, generally speaking, aren't given off faint wisps of flame from their backs and eyes. These ones are.
Elf cooking. Excellent.
Wonder why I
Flaming
could
boar.
smell.
Yes.
Wonder why I could smell bacon. These are obviously Roman anti-elephant boar.
Well, they're not actually on fire in the sense that there's clearly taken no damage, but there's wisps of something that looks like flame coming off their back and emerging from their eyes and nostrils. It's quite disconcerting, and the wolves that are closing down on you are much bigger than normal wolves as well, with odd growths here and there, sort of semi-armoured growths on parts of them. So whatever's going on here is alarming. The other thing you know that no boar or wolf that you're aware of would cooperate this way.
When you say growths, are we talking like sort of bone-like protrusions
Yes.
that maybe match the skulls?
Yeah. Something very similar to that, yes.
I wonder if those skulls have grown like that.
Could be. Anyway, while Kerj is imagining all this, what would you like to do?
I say to Tamara, once I change, usual plan.
Okay. Okay. What would Kerj...
Lesser beast form.
Lesser beast form. Okay, make a spell roll. You summon the powers of nature and you're almost not sure that they're going to answer in this strange place, but they do. 5 stunt points. You did feel it was a bit more of a struggle. It was almost as if you were calling to somebody who was further away than usual. So although the powers of nature answered and you can feel your form warping into a different beast, it just felt as if it was more difficult than normal. You've got 5 stunt points as well, though, so I don't know how difficult it was.
It was difficult, but once I got it through, it was quite skillful.
Yes, absolutely. So, A, what form are you changing into? B, what stunts are you going to spend those points on? And C, you don't have to do all that in the order I just said.
Firstly, that. Oh, I'm backwards for some reason.
You are, just turn it around. Also, you will need, or I think I need to do this for you. I need to scale you up.
Size me up, yep. Okay, so I will make it a skillful casting to reduce my cost by 1, and I'm going to take Magic Shield to get a +2 bonus to my defense.
Okay, so let's just add a shield symbol on so that we know that you've got a +2 bonus to your defense. What's the time on that? Is it just the encounter?
Only to the beginning of the next turn.
Oh, all right, okay, yes.
Oh, your next turn.
Your next turn. Okay, so Kerj's already large bear-like beast folk form begins to warp as these muscles ripple underneath and almost sort of pop out, strengthening, widening, just increasing in mass and bulk as his height changes barely at all really, but his length and girth extends, and from the bear man that was standing there is now a huge bison instead. That was your major action. What would you like your minor action to be?
At the nearest boar, I'm going to bellow threateningly.
Okay, I'm actually going to allow a strength intimidation check for that.
Oh God, right, okay.
Because I am in a very generous mood today. My wife has been
Lovely.
plying me with coffee since I got up.
Oh, marvelous.
Thank you, Marie.
I have huge bottles of Tyrosettes for my sore throat, so
Right, so strength, might. Did you say?
Intimidation.
intimidation.
Strength, intimidation. Well, my strength is 5 as a boar, but I don't have intimidation along with it, so
Just a strength check then.
I'm going to
Strength.
regret giving you this, aren't I? Right, let's take a look at the corrupted balls.
23 is
Oh,
what he rolls. Triple
shit.
6 plus 5.
so it's 3d6 plus 5. When it takes a fortnight, I'm out of the headspace of the system.
Yeah.
Just click the strength. Click the strength.
There we go.
Okay, so the boar is intimidated. It's now going to have to concentrate on Kerj at the expense of any other viable target that might present itself. So it's not going to attack the horse, for example. So one of these things can gut a horse in an instant. And it's not going to be able to attack anybody else that joins the fight as long as it and Kerj are alive. It's too intimidated by Kerj, it feels it has to bring this thing down or escape the fight. It dared take its eyes off you.
Don't you think our horse has suffered enough? Isn't it one of the ones we picked up? That,
Yeah, it was the rescue.
It was the rescue horse that was attacked by Sturgis, yes. So, Nicolas, Marty to go. What would you like to do?
I would like to try and summon up a water whip.
Okay, make your roll. Oh,
Awesome.
yes. Okay, and with
Phenomenal.
6 stunt points, how would you like to spend those stunt points before I describe
Right.
this?
Hang on, I need to work out how the heck I use this as well. That was fast. Alright, I use intelligence, water, arcana to make an attack. And 1d6 plus willpower damage. And also perform the disarm. So, right, I don't need the disarm stunt because I can't use it on a boar, I'd imagine.
That's correct, yes.
Break its teeth. Just whip its teeth out. It's now boar with like all its false teeth are falling out.
Right, well, I'm going to use a skillful casting to reduce the magic points, actually.
Okay.
And magic shield.
Okay, you're going for a magic shield as well, so just pop a little shield on you. Okay, so as Nicolas Marty begins to concentrate on forming water into a whip, there's a huge jet of water from the nearby river which arcs upwards and down towards Marty. At first, the observers think that the water is about to strike him, but instead it forms the shape of a large bullwhip out of Marty's hand. Instinctively, you crack it. There's little bits of water fly off it, but it's still oddly solid.
And that was a minor action.
It is a
Now you
minor
can
action
attack.
for that spell, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I can use it to attack as my major. Yes.
Yes, you can.
Cool.
So presumably this boar here.
Hold on. Yeah, this one.
That one there. Yeah. Okay. And you've just scored a 16 with 6 stunt points. Have you
No.
done that again? That's
No,
the
no,
water.
no, I haven't. I
I
haven't.
see
That
what's
was
happening.
it's
This
the
is
one underneath.
automatically panning down the way it did last week. Okay. So you've missed. So you,
Ah,
you
damn.
crack it in the air above the ball, which shakes its head to get rid of the water splashes that have splashed into its eyes. But that's the
Looked
extent of
impressive,
the
though.
effect. It did look impressive. It did. Tamara Greyhawk to go next.
Right, Glenn. Sorry, Patrick. You wanted to do that,
Saddle up.
so it's down to you. You can have control.
Okay, so you
Okay.
can take control of Tamara.
Can you bring her to the layer in front of Kerj so that she's not
Yes, we
underneath,
can. So 2 front.
please? Thank you. Is saddling up a major action or minor?
It's a...
It's talent dependent. Right, if you have horsemanship or whatever it is,
don't think she does.
Which it doesn't
So
have. Leaping into the saddle, as it's called, is a free action.
Right.
Yeah.
However, it would be a minor action
I
to mount
think mounting is a minor action. 2 seconds.
as part of movement.
Yes, it is. It's yeah. Okay, so that's a minor action because you've only moved 1 meter and leapt into the saddle. So I'm still going to give you your major action. What would you like to use it for?
Attacking. Can she attack both of those, or one? Like,
She can
either
attack
of those, should I say?
Either of
Either
those,
of those.
yes.
Either of those, yeah.
If
So
she stunts and gets dual strikes, you can hit them.
yeah. Okay, so aiming for the one that's already intimidated, then.
Okay, aiming for the intimidated ball rather than a wounded one.
Good call. That one's already wounded. Right, okay. I'll focus him down.
Okay. Go for that then.
Can't aim because I've used a minor action to. Yeah.
Ah, it did pan down with the roll this time. Interesting. Okay, so Tamara sees the opportunity. You've already told her before changing into bison form to use the usual plan. So as the boar's trying to gore her, she steps backwards, one hand, a shield arm, onto Kerj. She swings upwards and slices round with her sword at the same time. As she leaps up onto your back, she strikes the sword along the length of the boar's back as well. Roll the damage.
Roll the damage.
8 points of damage. That's 4 gets past its armor. There we go. So she's carved, not particularly deeply, but there's a bit of the skin has been sort of torn back by the attack. You'd hoped for a deeper bite, but unfortunately, whilst moving, you just didn't get that. So Corrupt Boar, this is the intimidated one in front of Kerj. It's now going to attack you at -1 to hit. However, no, that other boar hasn't attacked you, so it doesn't get a bonus for outnumbering you, so it's just -1 to hit. That'll be balanced out by its aim, so I'll just take the aim off. Actually, it's an animal, is it going to aim? I'll still put -1 on it. I think that's a miss, because that's an 8.
Kerj is 12 on defense.
It's missed you. It rushes in for Kerj, but
sorry. No, a bison is 10 on defense.
10
You used the wrong sword there.
I used
Well, previously with Tamara.
Yeah, it's +1 more damage. Should be using a giant killer longsword.
Oh,
Shit, yeah.
I tell you what, I'm going to assume she did use a giant killer longsword, and I'm going to take that extra point off.
She got that last adventure.
She did get that during the
I've forgotten
vampire
about that. I'm not
cave.
used to going for the longsword. Yep.
Okay, so I've taken the extra point off anyway, because we'll assume that is the sword she's used. Her old longsword's probably in the wagon as a backup in case anything happens to
Yes.
it. Okay, so the boar that's attacked Kerj is nervous because it's just seen a bear man turn into a bison. It doesn't really understand what's going on. It lunges forward tentatively and doesn't connect. Then it's the wolf that I accidentally moved earlier. And then it is this boar here. I'm just going to measure up and see who's the closest. Actually, I don't need to. The closest is very obviously Kerj. So it's going to charge in to attack Kerj. And it does get +1 for outnumbering you now. But it doesn't get a bonus to charge and it can't aim, so... $16, that's a hit.
Mm-hmm.
So it runs underneath Kerj and gores him in the undercarriage for 12 points of damage.
My undercarriage.
Presumably, since Kerj is currently a bison, the bit that sticks down the furthest would be the stomach, sort of chest area. So that's where you've been gored for 12 damage.
But remember, you've got your armour.
Remember,
of 2 as a bison.
So combat round 2 has now broken out, and it is Aldoran to go first. What would you like to do?
So aiming at the already wounded.
Yep, already wounded boar here. Yep.
Not aiming. Sorry, shooting at.
Shooting at, yeah. So you
There's
quickly knock an arrow straight towards the boar. Roll a hit. 18, that's a solid hit, and I've just worked out why sometimes my column comes down and sometimes it doesn't on there. It's whether or not my cursor is clicked into it. So
Yeah,
go ahead and roll the damage.
16 in total.
God. So that's 12 by the time it gets past its hide. Okay. That's 12. So, oops, it is minus 12. Okay, so from your vantage point on the rock, you can just about see the boar around the corner of the wagon and over the top slightly. You draw back and loose your arrow. It thumps into the boar just above the head, into its neck. It squeals this ear-splitting, awful squeal of pain and agony. The amount of blood coming out of the wound tells you that you've hit something fairly major. It's in quite a lot of pain. You would be very surprised if it presses its attack. Even a boar's likely to pull out after this. Likely to, but boars have been known to press the attack one, even though it's mortally wounded. So we'll just have to wait and see. We won't have to wait long, however, because it's the turn of that corrupt boar now. And
if I can just interject, I need a little bit of assistance with my bookkeeping as far as my hit points go.
No, it's fine.
I was at 32
Yep.
before I changed. Changing gives me the 40 of a boar, flat.
Yep.
Bison.
Of a bison, sorry, yep.
Yeah.
I then took 10. So do I need to keep a sort of a tally of what I had before I came in?
No, just keep track of what you have as a bison.
Right.
If when you change back, that would reduce you to 0, then changing back will cause you to collapse. However, just make sure you get healed in bison form up to would be the answer to that, I think. You could take a breather to get hit points back and so on.
So going from 40, I took 10. Or 12 minus 2 for the armor. I'm on 30.
30.
Okay.
So bison doesn't have a natural hide.
That's the armor rating of 2.
But you had magical armor rating. Or was that defense? No, that's defense. Sorry, isn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes,
that's defense.
It's not armor.
Okay, so the I've lost track of where I was at a bit now. So it's that boar, and I will give it a willpower test, but actually the chances of it. Yeah, it's going to continue its attack. Thought it might. So it's going to lunge forward for whoever's directly in front of it here, which I suspect is Nicolas Marty. It clearly doesn't appreciate your hurdy-gurdy playing. It's not an art critic, or it is an art critic, one way or the other. Okay, 18 with 5 points of stun, so I'm going to imagine that's a hit.
Hang on. I need to work it out because obviously I've got my +2 to my defense. But yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah, thought it might be. So it's also scored 5 points of stun. So I'm going to cross-reference its stun points with its preferred stunts. Its preferred stunts a mighty blow, I'm afraid. So it's going to take that and knock prone. So that's 2 for that and 2 for that. That leaves 1. So it's also going to skirmish you.
Oh, great.
So it's going to skirmish you 2.
So it's going to flip you around.
Yeah. So it gores you in the legs and thrusts its head upwards, and you're flung over the top of it and land there. Boof. Right. So it also therefore knocks you prone.
Great.
And does the extra damage. So what would its damage normally be, you ask? Normally be 2d6, it's currently going to be 3d6 plus 3, so I'll roll that.
I feel so attacked.
So that's a total of 16 points of damage.
Could you say that again? Kev just sneezed really loudly.
No problem. That's a total of 16 points of damage.
How much? Jesus!
16, and you're also face down in the sand.
I'm too ready to die.
And the wolves are heading straight for you. Isn't that great news?
Oh no.
So 14 points of movement on Wolfie here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Look,
9,
I
10,
know my music
12.
isn't the best, but do we really think throwing me to the wolves was appropriate?
Well, unfortunately for you, this dire wolf has come. Wolf jumps, smacks its teeth together. Hopefully, well, it hopes. Obviously, you don't. Hopefully on lunch, which would be you. 15. That's a hit. So the wolf has bitten you. You managed to bring one of your arms up to try and fend this wolf off. You're still kind of shaking sand out of your eyes. The wolf's claws close on your arm and it starts to shake. 10 points of damage. So the next wolf.
Don't worry, I'm sure the party healer will get. Oh dear.
You're the one that's knocked prone and being eaten.
Mm.
But you're not green.
No.
Sorry about this, Louise, but the next wolf's reached you as well.
Of course it is.
It doesn't matter that he's not green. The dogs can't see that anyway. Black and white
so
vision.
16 points of damage for the second wolf.
What?
Sorry, 16 to hit. 9
Jesus,
points of damage. So as one wolf's got you by the arm and is just sort of thrashing you about like a rag doll, the other wolf grabs one of your ankles and starts doing the same thing. You're in incredible pain. The wolves have got you by one arm, one leg. The boar's just flung you over. You're gored. You've had better days, to be entirely honest.
Yeah.
Kerj, you to go.
I like a no wing. I like a no wing.
Your finger and thumb keep moving.
Okay. Looking around the target-rich environment,
Yes.
is this the one that's wounded?
No, this one that's just flung Nicolas Marty over its head is the one that's wounded.
Well, how dare you? Let's get aiming for him. Can I charge at something that close?
No, you can't. You need 4 meters of space. You need to cover 4 meters of space before impact to get the charge bonus.
Right.
But you can aim.
You can aim, yeah.
Mm. Okay.
So
So
Could
aiming
Sorry.
squarely at that boar.
Yeah.
I'm going to gore it.
right? Roll.
You need stunt points here.
Mm-hmm. 3. So the aim is aim gives +1. Yeah.
It does,
So
yes. You can
Right, so-
toggle aim on, and it'll ask you automatically.
well, I'm using the dice roller because none of these stats are in my standard sheet.
Of course, yes.
Okay, so that's +4 for a gore, +1 for him.
Okay, yes, that's right.
Wow.
Actually,
okay.
you get another +1 because technically you now outnumber that boar. Because
Thank
it
you.
attacked Nicolas Marty, you're attacking it, and it
Mm-hmm.
now has to worry about the person riding on your back as well. So you get at least +1, possibly +2, but +1
Mm-hmm.
would take you to 13, and that would be a hit anyway. So I don't need to.
Lovely.
And that would give you a stunt point.
And that would give you 1 stunt point. Yes.
Because you've got 2 3s.
Yes.
We're taking
Nice.
third dice as being
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
stunt die.
Okay, that makes sense. So combat stunt for 1 stunt point. Probably skirmish it, I suppose.
Skirmish.
Can't really reload or anything.
Okay. Ping where you would like it to be moved to. 1 point will allow you to move it up to 2 squares away.
Could he knock it back through that
I-
wolf, which is diagonally?
Yes.
Well, okay. If I skirmish one thing into another, does it effectively knock on skirmish?
There's nothing in the rules about it, but I will make a GM's ruling and say yes.
Because the other idea I had, can I skirmish it up onto my horns? to make it easier for Tamara to secure it.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
That's kinda
So you're
characterful.
effectively sort of doing to it what it did to Nicolas. You're hitting
Yeah.
it low and then bringing your head up suddenly to fling it into the air in the hopes that Tamara then makes an easier job of stabbing it. Yeah, okay. I'm going to allow that.
That's the point, actually. Like normally we think of skirmish in kind of 2 dimensions. Can you
Yes.
skirmish things upwards?
Not usually, but these are animals that go usually hit low with the heads and then fling things upwards. So,
Yeah. Now you're just being pig-headed.
oh. So roll the damage.
I'm bullying him.
Oh God. Roll the damage before I get any older.
Right, so that's 2d6. So for aiming, that doesn't give you anything for
Nope.
damage, does it?
No.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 5.
2d6 plus 5.
Strength.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a bison.
To borrow a phrase from somebody we all know and love, how would you like to do this?
Steering it low with my mighty horns, I bring it up and shake my huge head around, spraying gore around the place, before slamming it into the middle of the wolves, hoping that their natural predilection for a fresh kill will have them pounce upon it and take their attention away from Nicolas.
Good
I
plan.
hope that works, because if I die in the next round covered in bits of boar, I'm coming back and haunting you all.
Okay, because you'd already said you were going to skirmish it, I know we've changed where you're skirmishing it, but the circumstances I'm going to allow it. I'm actually going to have the other, the wolf here. I'm going to force it to make a dexterity roll to get out of the way of this incoming wild boar.
Okay.
And for those listening at home, yes, I know there's nothing in the rules about this, but I like to play the spirit rather than the letter. So let's go. 13. What was your attack roll? Was 13, wasn't it?
Well,
It's
technically could have been 14.
Yes. So I'm going to say it got out the way, but it's had to move back to do it.
Right.
Okay, so one deed razorback boar, one wolf that's skittered backwards out the way of this incoming aerial boar. Kerj, that was your major action. What would you like to do for your minor action?
Turning to the next boar and bellowing right in its face.
No, hang on.
No?
Yeah, you aimed.
I did.
Ah, yes, you did.
I did.
You did, so you don't get a minor action because you've
Get
used
back.
it. So,
You've used
Nicolas Lunch, Marty, Nicolas Marty. What would you like to do?
Given that I literally have water in my hand from the water whip, can I cast healing waters on it and heal myself, please?
Healing whip.
Yes. Yes,
I
because
mean, that might be his thing. He might be into that.
okay, you have narrowly passed. Target number was 10, you've scored 10. However, you've also scored 4 stunt points. So, you summon the power of water. You see some of the water from the water whip rolling up your arms and into your mouth. You drink it down and feel this warmth of healing energy rush through you. Oddly enough, the water whip doesn't seem to have decreased much, so you've still got the water whip in your hand.
Excellent. I'm just seeing if I can find anywhere to add some extra. Oh damn! That's almost what point I thought.
I'm just going to take your magic shields off, guys, because they only lasted till your next action, didn't they?
Could I use my stunned points to have an extra shield, please?
Yes, you can. How much would
Right.
that cost?
That's 3 stunned points. That's
I'm
a
going
little
to-
leave me another one.
I'm going
Just
to allow
ask-
you to take that extra 1 as an extra health point from the healing if you would like to.
Okie dokie. 3d6 plus 1. Ooh! Thank you, dice roller.
Oh, nice. So also, the wolf that was worrying your leg has had to let go to get out of the way of that boar that nearly clocked it one.
Ooh. That's better, because I was really worried when I went down from 38 hit points to 9 in one round.
I can imagine you must have been, yes.
I don't know.
I was
Like
thinking
chunky with the health these days, maybe not.
eek was what I was thinking.
Yeah, so that was that a minor or a major action? Because I know some of the water-based spells are minor actions.
Let me double check. I believe that one's a major, but I will double check because it's a while
It
since
feels like it should have
played.
been, but it's
It's a
worth checking.
Yeah,
companion
that's a
one, isn't it?
major.
It's a
That's a
companion
major.
one, yeah. That's a major. So you've got a
Companion one.
minor action left. What would you like to do with
Can I stand up and dust myself off?
it? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so you stand up and dust yourself off, pulling your arm back out of the mouth of the other wolf that's snarling at you, saliva dribbling from its teeth and down over its jaws. Okay. However, it's quite startled by the fact that bits of you seem to be closing over again where it had torn into you. So, that's you gone. Tamara, her to go next. What would you like to do?
Giant spear, longsword on. Actually, yeah, giant spear, longsword on that one.
Okay.
Giant killer longsword, sorry.
Yeah.
Taking aim.
Okay. 15 is very definitely a hit. Nine points of damage. So that's 5 by the time it gets past its armor. Let's just bring up corrupted. Oh no, I don't need to do that. Or it will delete them from all the corrupted balls. I need to do it there. So that's. Okay, so she slashes up the side of the boar, but it doesn't go as deeply as she'd hoped it would. It causes a red line up the side of it, where it's parted the tough hide a little bit, but it hasn't really penetrated deeply into the creature itself. So that was her major action. What would you like to do for her minor action?
He said aim.
I did.
Ah, right, okay. In that case,
And used it, yeah.
right. In that case, forget I asked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to roll this. So you'll be thrilled to bits to know that the enemy have been reinforced.
Right.
I thought you'd be pleased. So, corrupted boar, and it's this one that's now attacking Kerj's flank, is going to make an attack against Kerj. Go. And 16, that's a hit.
Mm-hmm.
So Kerj feels sudden pain as the boar he was fighting has gored into his flank for 13 damage.
Wow.
They're nasty things, these boar.
Mm.
Okay, that's the boar done. So it is Direwolf. And it appears to be the Direwolf that's still back here. Yes, it is. So it's going to, from where it is... Give me a second. Right, yes, I'm going to head that way. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14. You see it bounding up towards where Aldoran is based on his rock. It gets to the bottom of the first rock. Its first paws are on it. It's snarling up at you. However, it's run out of actions. I know usually you can attack one square apart, but because there's also an elevation difference here, I'm not allowing the wolf to get its attack this round. So...
I assume Quoth probably moved.
He's probably flying over the lake, over the river.
Yeah, watching the whole thing from a distance is a normal...
It's thinking, pig for later.
He's got more sense than the rest of us.
Indeed so. So now, it is the corrupted boar that Kerj has just attacked. So it will obviously attack back. It gets +1 to hit.
Wasn't Kerj.
The one that Tamara attacked.
Yes.
The one I attacked is dead.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. So it's that one's going to attack Kerj anyway.
Okay.
Can't really hit Tamara because she's on your back. That's 13. Is that a hit? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, because my defense is only 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that one has got you for 6 points of damage.
Damn.
That's
Yeah.
close to the minimum it could have done,
Mhm.
as it can get. Well, it's 1 point above the minimum it could have done.
Mhm.
Okay, so it doesn't seem to have added those reinforcements to the thing, so I mustn't have been on the thing.
Oh, there it is.
It's done it this time. So we now have the corrupted elk is joining the fight.
Oh.
So I'll reorder everything, and it is still going to be Aldoran goes first. What would you like to do?
I'm obviously going to shoot this wolf that's coming at me.
Yes. Okay, so that wolf's currently at the bottom of the rock, with its front paws on the lower rock. You look down, poof, with an arrow. Go for it. 16 is a hit with 2 points of stunts.
Oh dear.
I bet just check its dexterity, but I think you're still good at
Yeah, its dexterity's 2.
2. Yeah.
Right. What can we do for 2 stunts? Let's do 2 points of stunts. Let me get that right. Okay, powers wise. Pinpoint attacks already happened.
Yep.
We're going to get +1 damage for where it is. I can halve its armor for 1 stunt point.
A mighty blow if you wanted another d6 damage.
No. So it's actually been knocked prone, pushed back,
Yes.
and its armor's halved.
Okay, so I'll knock it prone. Pushed back 2, is it?
Yep, directly away from me,
Yeah, there you go.
and its own armor's been pierced.
And its armor's been pierced. Right, I'll roll the damage. And its armor will only count as 1 now. 15
So-
damage, so 14 gets through.
Well, actually, it's 16 because +1 to the damage.
So 15 gets through. Just going to turn that music down a bit. I can barely hear myself think. There we go. It's a little better. Okay, so as it gets its paws on the front rock, it's about to bring itself upwards, and you thump, hit it right in the chest, just under its head, with such force that it tumbles backwards, head over paws, rolls to a flattened position, panting heavily from this massive wound you've inflicted in it. I'm just going to turn that down a little bit more, actually. I'm still struggling to hear myself think. There we go.
Yeah, don't let me get stunt points because this is what's going to happen.
Yes. Don't worry, it ain't dead yet. It'll still get you.
Knocked down, knocked prone.
Having said that,
Knocked
even
back.
through its armor in 1 hit, you've taken it down by 50%.
Yeah.
So next up is Direwolf 2, which is this one over here, which is attacking Nicolas Marty, and will continue to attack Nicolas Marty.
Thought it might.
Or Scooby Snack, as it thinks of him. Doesn't get to aim. Submit the roll. That's a 13.
I
I think that might
yes,
be a
I just
miss.
got through.
It did hit, did it? Right, okay.
Yeah, just got through.
Unfortunate. Are you including your magical shield?
Yes.
There? Yes. You
Yeah.
are. Okay. 10 damage.
Of course.
So as you're dusting yourself off, it snarls and lurches forward and grabs your hand and rips. You feel the pain as its teeth clamp into your wrist and tear large ribbons of flesh off.
I have a quick question,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
How long is the combat round?
Combat round is 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Right. Because it does say under that healing waters spell,
Yep.
if anybody drinks within a minute,
Yes. That's true. So that's 2 whole
It's
combat
just still
rounds.
active.
It's still active.
Yay,
So
that's
when
good.
It gets to you, you could use an activation action to
Yep.
drink again. Yeah. That's a very
Just a
good
thought.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. Thank you, Shaun.
Yeah, so there are 4 combat rounds in a minute, so Yeah, it's still active for quite a while yet, actually. So that's the wolf gone. It is now corrupted boar dead. I'll take that one off. And it's now this wolf here that now doesn't have an obvious target. It was originally attacking Nicolas, but it now realises that the much bigger threat is this massive animal over here. So it's going to charge that, except it doesn't get 4 meters, so it doesn't get a bonus for attacking. Just take that off. Technically it has +1 for outnumbering it. So the wolf has hit Kerj for 8 damage.
That's 6 gets through.
Okay. Kerj is starting to look in a bit of a bad way now with all these animals attacking it. He could probably do with some relief. He might be able to supply some of that himself though, because it's Kerj to go next.
Running.
Yep.
Well, not running, moving, sorry.
Yes.
Right, I think due north.
Could just a quick question.
Yep.
Could you trample that wolf that's down?
Am I far enough from that to make a decent charge attack?
It's still closer than 4 meters. You wouldn't get +1, but yes, you could do
Right.
that.
I think what I'll do. That one's prone, so it's on a +1 to hit, and it's probably quite close to death. Yeah.
Yes, very.
Well, it's halfway there.
It's halfway.
Halfway there. Right. Okay.
Just living on a prayer.
That's really weird. I opened my mouth and your voice came out.
Oh, what a horrible thought. I do apologise for that, Louise. Sorry.
Right, it's that boar down there that's next before Tamara gets an action. I'm just thinking of something a little bit more complex, of moving to where Nicolas is.
Yep.
Taking up a sort of defensive-ish position and getting out of being outnumbered massively in this current location.
Yeah.
And then Tamara can grab hold of Nicolas and pull him up onto my back.
To get him out the way of the boars.
Yes.
The wolves.
Well, the wolves could still reach you because they're better jumpers, but boars are not renowned for being particularly springy. It would get... Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was also thinking at the very least it would open up a line of sight for Aldoran, because right now he can't see any of these.
Well, I probably can't see them past the wagon anyway.
That's what I'm saying. If I move to here,
They'll move forward.
Exactly. I'll be essentially drawing them out into your line of fire.
Yeah.
Good plan.
This is a bit more than I would be able to say as a bison, but
Yes.
times are tough. So I'm going to. Can we move across? Could Tamara grab across a diagonal, or does that count as 2 squares?
Yeah, no, I'm going to allow that, yes.
Right, so I'll move to here.
Now, I've noticed the API scripts don't seem to be running because I have set carry token. She should have gone with you. But the
right.
API...
Do I have to do something with that?
No, it means that the game has switched the API scripts off for inactivity, even though I was in this game last night. So, had I thought of it, I'd have double checked this morning and switched them back on, because it is a known issue with Roll20 at the moment. So I will make sure that next week I've got the API scripts turned on just before we start, so that they haven't been turned off automatically. So sorry about that. It means you're going to have to move her manually, but that's not a big issue. So you move to there.
Yes.
Are you attacking anything while you're
I
at
am.
it?
I'm going to attack the one that's down.
You're going to attack the prone wolf.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. +1 to hit. Because Tamara's on your back, I'll allow the +1 for an outnumbering as well.
Okay, cool.
I'm
Thank you.
stretching the rules a bit there, but go ahead. Because technically,
Your call entirely.
No, I'm going to allow it.
Not something I would have requested, but I appreciate it. Thank you. So 3d6 +4 to attack. It's not a charge, and it can't be aimed because I've moved.
But it's prone, correct. So you get the +1.
+1.
Get +1 because
15. That's a hit. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Lovely.
This is going to hurt.
Yep.
hope.
15, yeah, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, that hurt.
That leaves it with 3. So you rush in and with your front hooves start trampling this wolf, which is yelping and snipping and biting, and it's in severe consternation as you bring your hooves down once, twice, 3 times. You can feel bones in the wolf's shoulders breaking. It's in quite a bad way, although it is still alive. So that's Kerj done. It is one of the corrupted boars next. It's the one that you just retreated from. It's the one that's nervous of you, isn't it? Because you frightened it right at the start. So let's just make a roll and see. 16 with 6 stun points. Yes, it's definitely going to make an attack. It charges in because it realizes that you're very badly injured and facing in the wrong direction, and it thinks it can get you. So it's going to try. Oh, that's a direwolf I've just opened.
It's going to kill the direwolf. All right.
Just take that off and roll 11. Think that's just barely a hit, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Or do you still have the shield up?
I do not.
You do not. Right, okay. So it is definitely still a hit. And this is going to be nasty, I'm afraid. Sorry about this. 8 points of damage.
Yep. Okay, that's me below 0.
Right, so it comes in and rips open Kerj's side.
Oh, no, sorry, beg your pardon. 8 points of damage minus 2.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so that's only 6 gets through. I'm on 1.
Oh, dear me, right. However,
any special rules for that?
No. It races in, it rips you up the side of the side. The pain is incredible. There's massive amounts of blood gouting out from everywhere. You can feel some organs sort of starting to fall out as well. You feel very, very woozy. Luckily for you, you're standing close enough to Nicolas, Marty, to be able to drink some of that healing water, but I don't think you had an action left, did you?
No, I've moved and I've attacked.
Okay.
It's okay, I'll get you.
I was going to say Nicolas can actually use one of their actions to make you drink when it comes.
Slap you in the face with some water.
That's absolutely fine. Slap away.
So Tamara to go.
Well, getting Nicolas up onto my back
Absolutely.
is the primary issue.
Okay.
Getting him out of danger.
So Tamara uses a minor action to get Nicolas onto. Hold on, I'll just bring Nicolas to the forward layer.
When there's room on my bison fort.
Yeah, she reaches down and scoops him up, and plonks him on your back behind you. That's her minor action. What would you like?
From my view, Nicolas is underneath me.
Okay. Shouldn't
That's
be,
weird.
but
I'm not from mine.
Or mine.
Yeah,
You're on.
definitely. It's as far forward as it'll come. So.
Can you send Kerj as far back as it'll go?
Yes.
The 1960s.
I could.
Bison
do
with
that.
an afro.
Let's have a look.
Scooby-Doo style, like in the
Bison
Scooby-Doo.
on
There you go. I
Rose.
don't know if that's changed your view,
It
but
hasn't.
from my
It hasn't.
perspective, you were always behind them anyway.
No
Okay,
worries. Okay.
so Tamara's major action. What would you like to do?
Probably taking down the boar that's just done the most damage, the one that's already intimidated.
Right, you are. Go for it.
There would be an argument to try and take down that wolf and finish it off, but right, yeah.
If you're lucky, you might score enough stunts to get a dual strike and hit them both.
This is it.
You didn't score any stunts, but you did hit.
Nope.
So swinging Marty up onto her back, she then spins round and slices with her sword, striking the board just above the eyes, taking it a bit by surprise.
Yeah, it used to have a Mohican, now it hasn't.
Yes. There's blood now dripping into its eyes from the wound. It squeals a little bit under the impact. It's looking a lot more healthy than you'd like. It is Marty to go.
Right, so the wording on healing waters says that you don't have to drink it, you can apply it to a wound. So you know that bit in Dog Soldiers where they're super gluing that guy back up again?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing to Kerj.
Okay. You just start pouring bits of water from the water whip in your canteen and all over Kerj, and where it hits you can see there's a fizzing and the blood's washed away and the depth of the wounds is shallowing out. Roll to see how many hit points he gets, health points he gets back.
Yep.
It's quite a good healing spell, that one.
That's a really
Yeah,
good
it is.
healing spell, yeah.
For not being an actual healer, like, not being... Oh, did that not roll?
No.
For not being healing Arcana, it's a pretty good spell.
It is. Kerj gets 7 health back.
Not
Sorry,
if you
it
roll,
wasn't more.
not if you roll like that, though.
No.
if you roll like
Oh, it's such a great spell, rolls terribly.
that.
Although that would be 5 stunt points.
It would. You're quite right, because the double ones are still doubles. No, wait a minute. It wouldn't,
No?
because it's not a...
Oh, it's not a skill.
it's not a
Test.
skill
Yeah.
test, it's the actual health, so
Sorry.
no, it wouldn't. Yeah. Okay, so that's 7 health points back for Kerj. That was Nicolas Marty's minor action. What would Nicolas like to do
So,
with their major action?
Also heal himself.
Because the healing spell's already been cast in a previous round, you
That's
can
right.
just keep healing from it
Yes.
in
Yeah.
subsequent rounds. That's
It's-
brilliant.
It says for the next minute, anybody that drinks or gets it applied gets healed by it.
Yeah. I'll have to mention that to Marie, who plays a water mage in my Freeport campaign, because we haven't been doing that. She's been multiple casting it, and it probably doesn't need to. Okay,
No.
so, yeah, what's Nicholas's major action going to be?
Also gonna try and heal himself a little bit.
Okay, so you're using 2 minor actions
Yep.
this round. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, so you can also roll to drink from
Oh, I'm sorry, I did better.
It's a bit of a Henry Cooper move, isn't it? Splash it all over.
It is a bit. Okay, so the dire wolf over here needs to get back on its feet. It's also going to need a morale test to see if it's going to continue to fight at this point, because it was incredibly badly injured. Even though it's a corrupted dire wolf, I think its survival instincts are liable to kick in. So I'm going to give it a target number of 13 to beat to stay in the fight. 13.
Wow.
The corruption surging through its blood and its mind overpower its survival instinct, and it's going to get up and try and kill the guy who shot it. Unaware of the fact it's unlikely to be able to do that in one go, but still, it bounds forward and up over the rock this time to attempt to attack Aldoran. Let me just roll the 2 hit. 17. So that's a 17 to hit Aldoran. If that hits, you've taken 5 damage.
Yeah, which it basically breaks its teeth on the armor I'm wearing.
So it bounds up and sinks its teeth into the armor, doing you no harm at all, particularly.
Yeah.
So it's the corrupted elk to go next. It's been watching the fight to look for who the dangerous ones are.
There's a moose loose about this river. It's the flying squirrel that's causing the problem. That's what I reckon.
Oh, Rocky.
Yeah.
That's too far forward.
Here comes Bullwinkle.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Right, it's moving upwards, but that's as far as it gets. We've got this corrupted boar here, which is currently attacking Kerj. Can't really hit the people on its back because none of them are attacking it, so they're not coming down low enough. So sorry about this, Patrick, but that one's going to have to attack
Mm-hmm.
you. $19 with 6 points of stunts. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how a ball would knock you prone.
Could damage your leg, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to roll the damage first, which is 14
Cut your shin
damage.
or whatever.
So it races
You,
in. Sorry, go ahead.
if that's enough to take his hit points down to 0, then
He's collapsed anyway.
it's effectively knocked him down.
Mm.
There's no other point, really.
Yeah. Okay, so it hits Kerj in the back quarters and brings him down. He goes thundering down. I'm going to allow the others to not get crushed under it. He goes thundering down. Right. I think it might be about, this must be about combat round 4, so it might be time that your site's reinforcements show up soon, which will come as a
We
surprise.
have reinforcements?
Kinda.
Yes, please. Help.
Okay, so Aldoran to go next.
Right, so the wolf which is directly in front of me.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's its defense in what do I need to get? Sorry, what do I need to get more than?
Just a second till I drop this token down on the right lane and I'll check. To hit it, you need 12 or better.
There you go. Yeah, it's dead.
Right, you are. I'll just take that off in a second. Just...
It's a minimum of 9 points, well, 10 points damage,
Yes.
effectively at that range.
Okay, let me just have a look at this character here. Oh, that's quite a lot of initiative. Okay. So I will need to reorganize this in descending order. Looks like the Dryad's going to come and help. So, you've shot this wolf down here, shot it straight through the centre of the head, killed it outright. Off it goes.
Best I can do at that point. I was hoping for more stunt points than 2. 2 stunt points doesn't allow me to do anything.
Yeah, not a great deal, does it?
Hey, it's either knock prone or knock back or
Yeah.
minor
You
extra
can rapid
damage.
reload so you don't use your minor action loading next time. That's about it, really.
I'll do that.
Okay. So, from across the river, then, the creature that was lurking inside the skull has decided to assist. Let's just see what it can do. So,
Sure, when you said they were green, I wondered if they were a dryad.
yeah, it's a dryad.
I was thinking it's either that or an orc. It's Mug.
Places at once.
Let's have a look at what spell she's got to help with.
And all the beasties start chewing on her.
Right, yeah. Okay, she's nervously approaching the river, and she's going to cast a spell, which will. I'll just do that manually here so that you don't see what the spell is. Okay, so there's a sudden rustling sound from the trees, and you see vines start to shoot out straight across the beach, snaking towards the elk, which suddenly looks very, very surprised by the whole thing. So it is now Direwolf 2. It will have to decide whether it's going to press its attack or run away. So let me make a morale test. It's going to press its attack. So it's going to come in at one of the downed people. It'll go for Tamara because currently she's uninjured and it thinks of her.
She is slightly.
It's just slightly injured. It thinks of her as the most dangerous, so it's going to attempt to hit her.
She's got a hangnail.
That's good. 20. That's a hit. Yeah. 6 points of damage. Don't think that's going to get through our armor, is it?
It will.
It will. Okay. 6 points of damage. So the wolf lunges forwards and attempts to bite her in the hand.
Yeah, she'll take 2 points from that.
Okay. So she takes a little bit. Her arms, her hands bleeding slightly where she got hit. This dire wolf here will, because they are pack animals, it's going to attempt to attack the same person. Now here's an odd thing you've noticed. Although your horse is panicking and kicking and screaming and trying to get away, these animals that would normally think of that as a good prey animal are ignoring it completely.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So that one's coming round to attempt to attack Tamara as well. And that roll, that doesn't look so well rolled. 11, that's a miss. So it snarls at Tamara, but it just can't find an opening. It's just swinging a sword and a shield around. Every time it comes forward, there's either a sword point or a shield in front of it. It decides better and is unable to connect its attack. And that wolf... Hang on. They appear to have come up with... Oh no, that must
No, your two wolves have gone. That was your second wolf.
So it's Kerj to go.
Can't.
Kerj can't go because Kerj is a bit dying.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Marty to go, who might be able to do something about that.
Hopefully. Yeah, I will try and heal Kerj.
Okay, roll the healing dice again then.
That's better.
That's much better. Kerj is now stabilised and gets 13 health back.
Okay, thank you.
The enemy are massively surprised when this huge bison that they thought was dying, its flanks were heaving, it was coughing out its last, there was blood in every breath, suddenly just stands back up, stamps one foot and snorts, and the other animals are like, oh shit. Okay.
They're actually goblins.
Yes. Okay, that's Nicolas Marty's first minor action. What would you like to do with his second?
Yeah. Do you want another attempt at the heal there?
I think that'd be a very wise thing to do, yes.
Right, okay, here you go. Oh, yes.
Okay, because he's suffered so many healing wounds, you just keep pouring the healing water down over them. There's more fizzing and the blood's washing away, the body's knitting together. 11 hit points back to Kerj. You can now see Quoth is up in the air, cawing and flapping and squawking. You've got this bizarre idea he's cheering. Okay, and while the animals are a bit startled by the bison's sudden attempt to get back on his feet, Tamara can take advantage of this and twat something if she would like to.
Go for it.
Oh, she'd like to.
I reckon you should do that boar again.
Yeah, whichever's the most heavily damaged.
Okay, let me just double check which ones are... That wolf's fine, that wolf's fine, that boar's injured but not as badly. So yeah, it's that boar there you want to go for if you want the weakest. Yeah. I think that's a miss. I think that is a miss at 10 points. Let me just check the corrupted boar. Defense is 12, so let's see if you can squeeze any bonuses out of it. I'm going to give you the bonuses for outnumbering it.
Yeah.
So that we're going to call that a hit.
Thank you.
Because there would be Tamara, the... yes, that will be a hit. Okay, so her giant killer longsword barely scrapes the boar at all. The boar sees it coming and reels backwards. It doesn't actually connect, but it's taking a health point of damage for the accrued sort of exhaustion you get as you continue to fight. So there you go. 1 point of damage.
Swiping a sword in front of its face causes such a draft, it gives it a cold.
Skirmish it back 2 spaces.
Oh, got a stunt, yeah.
Yes, you got a stunt point. Yeah.
Yep, go on.
Okie dokie. There you go. Thunk. So you've skirmished it back to theirs. It's trying to dodge you, and she's kind of lunging forward and thrusting, it rushes backwards out of the way to avoid this big pointy sharp metal thing. That was Tamara's main action. What would her minor action like to be?
Still got aim on.
Yeah, that was aimed.
That was aimed, right, okay, so that's that. So, Corrupted Boar. So that one that you've just thrust backwards can now close to attack. However, that's the one that's already frightened of Kerj. So it's going to need to keep making these willpower tests to keep coming in. And since it's just seen... Oh, it's failed!
Does intimidation work for the entire encounter? Entire combat?
I am allowing it on this occasion. It's
Okay.
it's just seen a dead bison get backed up in front of it. So technically no, but once again, spirit rather than letter, and on this occasion,
Of course.
I'm going to allow it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's just take that out of the fight. Gets away. Okay, so it is now the Corrupted Elk, and I did say it was going to be pausing this round because of these vines, which it's kind of turned its attention at the vines, and it's now stomping one hoof, and much like a bull does, it is winding up to charge. It's doing that as these vines, which are flicking through the air. Nowhere near it yet. The two things are just kind of threatening one another. And Corrupted Boar.
I kind of like how we were supposed to play this game last Sunday on Easter weekend, and Kerj has basically risen from the dead.
Yes, I suppose so. Okay, things are going badly for the corrupted animals, so I'm going to keep making morale tests for them, and that's another fail. So the corrupted animals are now thinking better of it. This one's going to run away as well. It's seen enough. It's off. Okay, I'll just remove that from the fight.
That's amazing.
Okay, the Dryad's just going to watch from here because she's quite a nervous little thing. So she's actually going to back off to hide behind one of these rocks as well.
Why have you missed my turn?
Because I felt like it. No, let's do you then. Yeah, it has. It's gone straight past you. Yeah, okay, let's just advance this. Actually, I'll just push you back up to Aldoran, Dryad. Do it that way around. Right, Aldoran to go.
Well, I'm obviously going to shoot the nearest wolf.
Yeah, that would be this one here.
There's not a lot else I can do. Hey.
Yeah. Okay, that's a hit with 5 points of stunts. You didn't aim and you'd already reloaded from last time, so you'll also get a minor action this round, remember?
Yeah. Awesome. Hold on, let me get the combat stunts up.
Yep.
Dual strike. Your attack is strong enough it affects two targets. First pick a secondary target. This target must be adjacent to you if you're using a melee weapon or within 6 yards of your primary target.
Okay.
If you're both using a missile weapon, apply the test results of your original attack to roll to the second target effectively. In other words, you only make one attack roll and apply to both opponents. If you hit the secondary target, you roll your normal damage. You have to be able to do a reload using a missile weapon for this.
Yeah.
Which I can, which is what I've done. And both wolves then are hit.
Right.
The first one takes, or the nearest one takes, that roll?
Rolled 16.
Yeah, and that's within 6 yards of me, is it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so that takes 17 damage.
5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 14 gets through. So the arrow. Hold on, I'll just do that. The arrow shoots forward from your bow, hits the wolf, not sort of square on, but the sharpened point of the thing hits it in the neck, opening its neck as if its throat had been cut. Not completely severing the jugular, but it's caught it, has nicked it. It's certainly bleeding quite heavily, and the arrow continues forward and hits the other. Go on.
No. It's a second hit from a second arrow that hits the other.
Ah, yes, sorry, it's I'm going to describe it this way anyway because I like it. It continues on and it hits the other wolf square in the flanks. So all the damage for that one you have already. That's 9.
Yeah, just a quick measure. Snap percent there.
6.
That's within 5 squares.
Yeah, so that's 7. Gets through. That one's injured as well. More shallowly than you'd hoped, but it's injured enough to annoy it, certainly. The Dryad will, as I said, it'll retreat to cover because it's a nervous way thing. The Dire Wolf over here, it's going to need a morale test. It's actually got a slightly better target number for it, so it's fine. It's going to continue to try and eat people. It's going to go, excuse me a moment, it's going to go for Tamara, I think. Recognising the most... I'm not sure she's the most deadly... Oh, I don't know, actually. Kerj can do a hell of a lot of damage. No, it's going to try and get Kerj back down again, I think. (19), that's a hit.
Yikes!
Lunges forwards and snacks its legs on your... snacks its teeth on your leg. 9 points of damage.
7 gets through.
The other Dire Wolf will attempt to bring Kerj back down again as well, because they've seen that he can just crush them. 16, that's a hit as well. So it snaps at your flanks for 6 points of damage, so only 4 will get through. And it's Kerj to go.
Right.
This here's the most wounded one on the...
This one's the most wounded, so
Most
there's 16
eastern.
hit points left.
Okay. So can I move outside of the minimum range required for a charge and then charge in?
Yes, go on, I'll let you. Bulls do tend to back up before they
Yes.
charge, so it's within their biology, so yeah, go ahead.
It is what we've done in previous games. I'm just making sure that there's nothing
It is
stopping
actually,
me
yeah.
this time.
Yeah, so
So-
being taking the instinct of the bull, you back yourself up and then charge and ram the startled wolf. Roll to hit. Be even more
Nicolas, you
startled
still-
if you miss.
Nicolas, you're still on my back.
Whoops, where am I?
Wait,
Ah!
you need
Got
to
it
move
offside,
forward,
offside,
though.
offside.
That's it. I'm going to move forward. I'm just making sure I'm not going to ram Nicolas as I do it.
Like I say,
Right,
if the API scripts were working, it would have brought them
charge.
both with you. Okay, so make the roll to hit.
Now,
+1 for a charge.
So it's your 3d6 plus 4 plus 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you
hang on.
plus 5.
+5. +5 plus 1.
No,
No,
plus
no.
5 in total.
Plus 5 in total.
Whatever your bonus to hit was, it's now 1 higher.
That's it. Thank you.
15, that's a hit.
And because it's a charge, does it give you anything for the damage?
No, it just gives you the +1 for the hit.
Okay.
So Wolf's kind of, as you back up, it makes the mistake of thinking you're retreating, it turns with you, it snarls, it honkers down, and as you thunder forwards, its eyes widen, it quickly looks to each side in an attempt to try and work out which direction to jump. It takes too long to decide, and you thunk it right in the head. That's 16 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think it survived it.
Overkill.
It's survived it, yeah. But only just as you smash into the wolf, you hear a crunching noise as there's a hairline fracture appears in the wolf's skull. It's looking a bit dazed, as you tend to when you're hit by a charging bull. It's in an extremely bad way. It's wobbly on its feet. You think a sufficiently strong breeze would probably finish it off at this point.
Tamara's good at those.
Yes.
Waft.
And it's Marty to go.
Nicolas, Marty to go.
How are you doing for hit points there?
I'm on 14.
Right, I'm going to give you, for one part of my turn, I'm going to give you some more hopefully.
Great. That's really
that
good. I will not complain in the slightest.
I assume this is still running, yeah?
Yeah, this
Still
is your
running.
last.
This is your last
This is
round.
my last round when I
Yeah.
can. Well, there's 10 hit points for you.
Thank you.
And with the other one, I'm going to attempt to water whip this wolf here.
Ah, right, an attack from Nicolas.
I'm actually going to use the water whip for its intended purpose.
And hit something with it. Excellent, go
It's
for it.
probably more like the water limp noodle now after
Yeah.
you drank all the water off it. But there's plenty of water in the river.
It is.
Is that a hit?
That's a hit.
14.
Yep, that's a
Right,
hit.
let me just check how I roll damage on this thing. Um, 1d6 plus willpower.
Which is not bad.
Yeah, what's my willpower? Ooh.
Okay. You lash the injured wolf across the side of the head with the water whip and... 1, 3... Yeah, killed it.
Look out! I didn't expect that.
Describe to me its sudden and slightly watery demise.
Just whacked in the face with a load of very painful water.
Okay, you thwack it in the side, its neck breaks under the impact and it topples sideways and lies still, never really knowing what hit it. Just going to drag it out of there and delete it. Gone. Okay. That's Nicolas. Marty acted, so it's Tamara to go next.
Okay, taking aim at that one there.
Yep.
Last of the wolves, yeah?
Yes, last of the wolves. That's a hit with 2 points of stuns.
I'm going to have a bit of skirmish then. Knock it prone.
Gonna knock it prone. Right, you are. We will just bung it knock prone.
I
Go
don't know.
on.
Maybe a
Mighty blow instead.
yeah, for extra damage.
Mighty blow instead. Yes, I'll take the knock prone marker back off.
Okay. So that's without the extra d6, which I'll now roll.
Okay, that's a decent hit for a moment.
There's the extra d6 of damage.
17.
17 damage.
So with that's 14 gets through. Okay, so she thrusts the blade forward into the wolf. It howls as she then thrusts again. The two piercing wounds into the side of the wolf are oozing blood. It's very, very badly injured now. And yes, I know I said two, but that was just a narrative flourish.
Yes.
Okay, so that was her major action. What would you like to do for a minor action? If anything.
Try to intimidate it.
Shout insults at it.
Yeah.
You could.
Yep.
Yeah,
made
make
you
a
flee
strike
back.
Hang on. I aimed.
Oh
You
yeah,
did,
yeah.
you did. So you don't get a minor action. My mistake. Okay, so the corrupted elk is now charging these vines, only for the vines to just wither and disappear. The elk's temporarily surprised by this turn of events, and turns around looking at its next target, which is going to be you lot, but it's out of actions. So
Were the vines actually represented on screen?
no.
Okay.
I didn't think there was a great deal of point, seeing that we're going to wither immediately. The elk took any notice of
Fair
it.
enough.
Yeah, they were only those 6-second vines, you know.
Yeah. Okay, next combat round, which means Nicolas Marty's healing water spells finally come to an end.
Shouldn't have the shield anymore either.
And shouldn't have the shield
Yeah,
anymore.
forgot about that.
I'll just take that off for you. So it is start of the round is Aldoran to go.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to finish the wolf or shoot the elk?
Bear in mind, elk are big animals.
We can probably, between the three of us, we've
Yeah,
all got
we can get that wolf.
we've all got close combat weapons, and we're in base to base with the wolf. The elk is at range. I'd have to charge it. So start softening up the elk. We'll deal with the wolf.
Yeah, okay.
He grunted in bison.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's because that wolf is down to kind of round about half its hit points. So Is the dex on the elk less than 5?
I'll double check, but I would imagine so. They're not renowned for being nimble-footed. Its dex is 0. Yeah.
Right, so here we go. 15.
Okay, 15. That's a hit against the elk. Thunk. The arrow hits it in the forequarters. So it's 16 damage. Okay.
That's pretty. That +7 to the damage is a killer.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, so that is 16 damage. 14 gets through. Why have I done it that way? Okay, so it's minus 14. Not 15, 14. 14. Yeah, can't type. Okay, so it more or less just shakes the wound off, because these are big, powerful animals. Being from Europe, we don't tend to realise just how big moose are, but they are massive. So it's more or less shaking that wound off. It has taken damage, but it's got so many hit points that that's going to be alright. The Dryad is going to peer out from behind the stones on the far side of the river and cheer you on. Yay! That's literally all she's going to do.
And then effectively what I'll do is I'll just reload.
Yeah, you reload, and this direwolf needs another morale test.
It's looking awful lonely.
Shit. It's missed it by 1. Huh. Okay. So it's going to turn and run as well then. So, it'll head back towards the trees. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. It's just the elk to worry about now then.
I could chase that wolf down. Anybody wants me to go after it?
You could do. You're pretty fast yourself, actually.
I'm faster than that wolf, by the way.
Yeah. Like elves, man. Kerj, what would you like to do? Goblins are actually much faster, especially under the new, not yet released rules, or they might not be actually by the time that comes out. But I did like that. Okay, so Kerj, what would you like to do?
I want to charge the elk.
You're going to charge the elk. Being a bull, you scrape your hoof and then take off at high speed. Roll a hit.
That feels too sick.
And everybody else is coming with me
Ah!
on my suicide mission.
You're now going to butt heads with it.
Yes.
Okay, so roll a
Oh,
hit.
Lock antlers.
Mm-hmm.
When push comes to shove.
That's a hit. Go ahead and roll the damage. 11. Okay, so you thunder across the sands, and with this massive crack, both of these big muscular animals butt heads extremely powerfully. So that's 9 gets through. Okay, this elk's looking considerably less sturdy than it did beforehand. Between the shot into its chest and the massive blow to its head, it's starting to look like it's feeling it now. So that was a charge attack. You still technically have a minor action. What would you like to do?
Oh, because I didn't back up on that one. Intimidate.
Okay, make a a strength a strength intimidation roll against the elk's willpower morale. Actually, it's not very good at this. 11.
Just 3d6 plus 5.
No. 19 with 6 stunt
With
points.
6 stunt points.
Take those as social,
Okay.
effectively
Yeah,
social,
social
stunt points.
stunts. Yeah.
Social table.
Sway the crowd. Seduce.
No.
Have your back, please.
Oh no, Nicolas is the bard, isn't he?
Nicolas is the bard.
Right. So,
Terrorize.
Oops, I pressed a button, sorry.
Ah, right, okay. That was just an accident, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay. We'll continue then. No, that's all right. It's all right. At least we know they're working.
I don't even know what I did. I
What?
was
what
trying to close a
See, that's
tab I had open.
that's just a thingy, not a full API script. So I suspected they'd still be working.
Yeah, if you select yourself, an X card macro button pops up.
Fair enough.
Macro, that was the term I was looking for. Right.
For,
Sorry. you were
for
gonna
the record, I think if it was possible to make that anonymous, it would be much better.
say. I believe it is actually. I'll take a look.
Because people might not want the name attaching to something like that.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll
Um,
take a look for that. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
Can anybody just chime in with what they think would be a good use of role-playing stunts at this point? Because looking through the table, I don't think anything. I can't see anything that applies. So
Oh, hold on. What are we in? Social stunts.
Social stunts.
yeah.
Undermine or manipulate.
Yeah.
Hang on, are social stunts different to role-playing stunts?
Yes.
Ooh, where are they?
On the handout,
Social stunts. Basic.
Ooh, okay.
there's exploration stunts.
I've got those.
Yeah, social stunts is the one off the bottom. Just one off the bottom. There's social stunts and spell stunts.
Yeah, you've got enough for undermine. I would use that.
got-
Undermine, five stunt points. Your social gesture gets under your target's skin. They suffer a -2 penalty to all tests except attack rolls while in your presence for the remainder of the encounter or until the GM decides otherwise.
Or
I'm sorry to break the floor here. What page number is that on?
I have no idea, but it's in the handouts.
there's a handout.
Oh, hang on. This is like it's on roll 20. It isn't in the book.
It is in the
It's
book
in the book
somewhere.
as well,
I
but
can't
it's in
remember
the
what page it
handouts.
is.
But they're on the handouts. So you know where the chat window is on the right hand side. It's got a little speech bubbles. The next thing across is documents called journal.
Right.
Click on the journal.
Okay. I'm in social stunts now. Social stunts basic. Are you sure these come from the main rule book of this edition and not from the
Playtest.
playtest edition?
That's a point.
Because I've got all the stunts printed out in front of me, and I don't have social stunts.
Yeah,
What
I
I've got.
think you might be right. So stick to
Yeah.
the social stunts basic. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
bugger.
Because it's combat stunts, standard spell stunts.
Yeah, I think you're
exploration,
right. That
role-playing.
might very well be from
Yeah.
the playtest, and we can't use the playtest during
No.
the broadcast because the rules
Oh,
may
okay.
change, and that was something we specifically agreed
Alright.
to with Green Ronin. So there we go.
Yep.
So yeah, so social stunts. Let me just take an idea.
So role playing stunts.
Yeah, role playing stunts, page 79 of the core
Yeah.
book.
Stunned silence.
Hmm.
It now can't speak.
Can't
Flirt.
cast if need be.
Flirt.
You do keep suggesting that.
Enrage.
There are specialised websites for that.
Okay, may I make a suggestion? Feel free to reject it. But Games Master Ruling, I'm going to say, given that a lot of the enemy are already fleeing, I'm going to conjure up a stunt and say that for 6 points you can undermine its morale.
Yep.
To force it also to make a morale test each round at a penalty.
Yeah, sure.
You want to use that?
Definitely.
Okay. I'm going to make one straight away. It's actually okay this round because it gained 5 stunts as well, but it's going to have to make a test every round now, otherwise it's going to decide it's had enough. I'm going to apply a 2-point penalty to it every round, which it wouldn't otherwise have had, and I will actually apply a -1 penalty to hit you because it's nervous. As I say, I'm making that stunt up on the fly, as it were, but I think that's a...
You might want to write that down and call it demoralize.
I am going to write that down and call it demoralize, yes. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so that was Kerj gone, Nicolas, Marty to go.
Right, so it's not run away, it's still there, yep.
It's still there, but it's looking like it's thinking about bailing.
It's all alone.
I'm not entirely sure how an elk would look like it's thinking about bailing. Soon it's starting to look round for an escape route.
Well, if it's still there, I'm gonna hit it with another water wave.
It's still there. Hit it with water whip.
Yeah. Did that hit?
Would a 14
It
hit it?
did, yes.
'Cause you get
Yes.
+1, obviously, because you're a second opponent.
Yep.
Oh, that wasn't very good.
That was not very good. That's 3 points of damage. You just barely get through its hide.
Hoot.
You kind of slap it with some water.
Yeah, you kind of slap it upside the face. It more kind of, what are you doing? Than anything else. It's a bit of a sting.
I'm stressed.
Sorry, say that again?
I said it doesn't usually do this. It's just because I'm a bit stressed, you know?
Eaten by wolves, yeah.
Yeah.
That's that
Okay.
effect on you.
Tamara to go.
Piling on the damage, or trying to.
Give it a smack. Smack with the. It's a large creature. Smack it with your sword.
Mm-hmm.
That's 14. That's a hit.
Lovely.
8 points of damage. That's 6.
Not rolling so well.
Well, that kind of fits. She very rarely rolls well for damage. Okay, so she slashes it across the top of the head. Blood starts to trickle down between its eyes and over its nose from the gash. Kind of glances upwards trying to see the wound. It can't, obviously. It's the elk to go, so I'm going to require it to make another morale test. Actually, what I'll do, instead of applying a penalty to it, I'll make the target number harder. So it's going to need a 13. Okay, it's like that, is it? I see. Right, so that last blow to its head was just too much for it. It's decided that people changing into bison and then coming back from the dead, vines coming out of everything, water slapping it, people suddenly recovering from injuries, it's decided enough's enough, and no matter what the whispers in its head are saying, it's off. It gallops off into the woods. You can hear it crashing through the woods for quite a while afterwards, as it's quite a big, bulky creature and it's just thundering away. You guys, however, are all pretty much exhausted from that fight. Your horse on the cart, which I still haven't actually placed the horse, is still panicking a wee bit. But none of these animals attacked it, didn't even consider it. And this bizarre combination of prey animals and predators, wolves working together in consort with boars, there's absolutely something unnatural about that. So go ahead and take a breather before we go any further. And we are actually going to take a real life breather as well, because I need a comfort break to visit the bathroom. So we will take a break for 5 minutes, during which I'll continue the stream, but I'll mute the microphones. So we'll be back in 5 minutes time for the next part of the game. During that time, as I say, if you guys would like to go ahead and take a breather so your characters regain 5 plus your level plus your constitution.
Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be back up to
So we will be back with the game in 2 minutes' time. It's very slightly over the 5 we said, but one of our players just needs to deal with something briefly, so we'll be back in another 2 minutes' time. And we are back. So I'll I'll leave it temporarily on the landing screen. Has everybody restored their hit points from that
Yes.
that brief break?
No, hang on, sorry.
Right. So for a breather, you get 5 plus your level plus your constitution.
Just one thing. I fired about 10 arrows there.
Right? Yes.
Some of which are probably not recoverable.
Yes. I would say
Because
that
they ran away.
some of them are still in the animals that ran away. So I'm going to say roll a d6 to see how many arrows you managed to recover.
Okay. 3.
There you go.
I'll adjust my character sheet for that.
Yep. Okie dokie. So, as the smoke of battle clears and I think you have a dead wolf and a dead boar on your hands, there's animal blood all over from these bizarre creatures that attacked. There's something not right about both the boars and the wolves, but there's something in question is different in both cases, interestingly enough. These strange sort of bone-like protuberances on the wolves and the fact that the boars were streaming a sort of greenish yellow fire suggests there's something not right, and the way they interacted with one another as well. From where you are on your side of the river, you can now see the dryad meekly creeping out from behind the rocks across the river and gesturing to you, like waving you across. Just trying to speak as well, but it's just got quite a soft, quiet voice. So let's have a perception hearing. See if anybody can hear what you said.
Why on earth didn't I pick up hearing as a thing? You would think I would.
You'd think a bard might have that, yes.
Deaf bard.
Yes. And indeed, Nicolas is the only one who hasn't been able to hear. Excuse me. So, essentially, what you can just about make out is the dryad saying, "Quickly, quickly, come, before they return, before more of them come, quickly."
Okay. And this is like clear as day to me. I heard this like as if she stood beside me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Okay. So, let's. Can we cross the river at this point then?
Can you
Yes, you
shrink
can,
me?
Dan.
Shrink me again, please.
Oh, sorry, can I shrink you again? Yes, I can. You're currently
I
a
can-
giant bear. So Kerj has returned to bear-like form and is mysteriously, temporarily about twice his normal size before shrinking back down to normal size.
It's a very high magic area.
It is a very high magic area, which the mage, Nicolas Marty, as you were casting, you'll have noticed that earlier. Spells were having more of an effect. The ease with which your water spells were being cast was noticeable, whereas earlier when the other mage, Kerj, was trying to cast nature spells, it was almost like the nature of the valley was resisting those.
Right. Is our wagon ready to cross? We were in the middle of.
You were actually going to cross, you were going to roll the
Yes.
wagon further upstream and then cross. So it's still in its wagon formation at the moment. However, at the broadest part of the stream here is also the shallowest. And you could easily, there's no gnomes or halflings in the party, is there? No, you could easily cross there. The horse could take the wagon over it. The water would be up to the horse's lower flanks. So humans would be about waist deep, maybe a little deeper.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay, you can see the dryads kind of nervously peering at all of the undergrowth, primarily on your side of the river at the moment, which is encouraging you, waving you over, encouraging that you move as quickly as possible. As she does that, as you start to cross, she scurries backwards into the skull behind the teeth and disappears. So you assume that was her that you saw in the light from the skull's eyes earlier. As you cross the river, there's water splashing up the sides. It's cool. It's only slightly cooler than you might have expected, probably because of some of the snow runoff further upstream. It's actually quite refreshing as well. You make it across because you've got time to take care, you make it across without harming yourself on any of the sharpened rocks or outcroppings underneath the water, and make it to the far side. Peering behind the teeth of the skull, you discover something that makes you think all the more that this may have been an actual skull, and I think it was Nicolas suggested it earlier, that
Fossils, yeah.
fossilized. Absolutely, now that you're getting a close look, you're absolutely convinced that this is a fossilized skull of just immense proportions. Behind the teeth under the jaw, you can see that there's actually a ladder runs up through the hole at the base of the skull where the spine would normally connect in. And at the top of that ladder is a trapdoor, which is currently open. And you can see the dryad kind of leaning over with wide eyes. Quickly, quickly. We will be safe within. Quickly, quickly.
What about the horse?
There's no way you're going to get the horse in there. You could, however, get it underneath the skull behind the jaw, which is like a large open area. You could get it in there and block one entrance with the...
Area.
Sorry, say that again, Louise?
The patio area.
The patio area, we'll call it, yeah. So
Let's do that.
Yeah, you bring the horse in there and block one entrance with the wagon itself, leaving just one other entrance that anything could get in at the horse. But the dryad's kind of chivying you on, just very nervous about. And occasionally her head disappears, and then she reappears quickly, before they come.
It's an amazing house you've got.
Thank you. Thank you. Come. Just need to
We'll
see.
all head inside.
Okie dokie. Can you all see the new map okay?
Yes.
All the lighting's fixed. And oops, the entire wagon's wanting to come with you there.
There's a,
Can't get the horse up the stairs, but the wagon was no problem. Okay, so there you are, and I'll just move.
Is that a pizza oven? Is she making us pizza?
You enter through the trapdoor, which you see is back here, roughly where the spine would have entered the skull, roughly. And inside just further emphasises the notion to you that this has been a skull at one point, because you've got that sort of uneven floor, the way if you've ever seen inside a skull. Don't ask why I have. You'll know that the bottom of a skull's not flat. It's got kind of recesses in places, and that's pretty much what it looks like. You can also see at the bottom end, there's two spiral staircases made of what you think is wood that go up towards an upper platform into the eye sockets, where the dryad could stand and look out. On each of the eye sockets, there is a lit brazier that's the source of that flame and light and smoke that you saw earlier. Connecting one to the other across the bridge of the nose on the inside, you can see a rope bridge upon which the dryad's currently standing. She's occasionally turning round and ducking to look out of the nasal cavities and then back at you. Here, there is another boar, but you'll notice this one hasn't been lit on fire by anything. Welcome to my home.
Did you say that's a boar?
That's a boar, yeah.
Okay.
I'm frantically scribbling notes about this place. Very inspiring.
You'll notice there's also, around the back, there's a trellis up the back of the skull with interweaving vines that are entwined through the trellis, exactly as you would expect, because that's what a trellis is for, essentially. There are two large haystacks, for some reason, inside here. The purpose of those you don't really understand. And there's a table there and a chest here, which I have accidentally put in backwards. I've just noticed. Okay, what would you like to do?
Firstly, we should thank her for helping us there.
Addressing the dryad, and we greatly appreciate your aid and your hospitality. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome. I was not much help.
You are a lot of help. And we're in here now, and
Thank you.
that's helpful.
Thank you for your kind words. I am aware I was not as much help as I would have wished. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Okay. I am Alorsa, the nymph. This valley was once under my care.
What happened? Those animals didn't seem normal.
They are not. They are corrupted by the master.
The master?
The master of this valley.
And who is he?
The master lives deeper in the valley, and he corrupts it as it corrupts him.
Oh no.
What is the nature of the skulls here?
These skulls have been here since before I awakened. Their nature is not entirely known to me. They are... She sort of taps the... Oh no, she doesn't, because she's standing on a bridge. So she kind of gestures at the thing. They are the skulls of some immense beings from before.
So they're safe enough to make your house in, apparently. Are they magical in and of themselves? Is that why we're safe here?
There is some magic in each, although it seems the magic of each is different.
What's the nature of the magic of this one?
This one allows me to see great distances.
Just you, or anybody within it?
She kind of looks puzzled, as if this is a question that's never really struck her. I do not know. Can you see things beyond? Concentrate. Try and put yourselves in the eye of the skull. Can you see through it?
I do exactly that.
Okay.
Could I move up next to one of the braziers?
Yes, you can move yourselves up.
Literally in the eye.
Yeah. You can
And
move
then if you
yourselves up.
go up in the other one, then we're both in an eye each.
Hang on, does she mean by seeing things, it allows you to see things that, like, it's just a high vantage point?
You're not really sure exactly what she meant. She wasn't entirely clear.
Yes.
As Kerj comes up onto the one with the boar kind of follows him around and then just kind of settles back down.
Oh,
It still looks really grumpy, but then so does my cat all the time, for that matter.
I'll cast beast speech.
Okay, go for
Oh,
it.
so you know how that goes.
Yes, I know exactly how it goes. And I think the public in general need to know how this goes and what we suffer through.
It'd be different this time, probably. Go ahead and make a big speech roll.
It has
No,
done.
it won't. Let's see, 3 points.
Yeah, so you've made the target number.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello.
It kind of looks up, surprised. Hello.
I mean, no harm whatsoever. I'm just here to have a look out of this eye.
Okay.
My name's Kerj. What's your name?
Nobody's ever thought to give me a name.
Oh. Do you want one, or are you happy as you are?
I don't really see the need. There's only ever myself and Melissa here.
Okay. So I'm just going to have a bit of a look out of this eye.
Okay. You take a look out. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I see anything other than the valley that would be normally seen through
Make a willpower
such
test.
a portal? Ooh, okay.
There's no focus with this one, unusually. It's just kind of
All right.
pure willpower.
That's good because I don't have any willpower focuses.
17 plus 4. 4 stunts, rather. Okay. As you look out of the eye, you have absolutely no doubt in your mind that something's looking back. That you can feel it sort of pressing in on you, trying to penetrate into your mind. It's not succeeding, but it's trying to. It can definitely see through your eyes, though. It can definitely see where you are and what you're doing. It's not Melissa, and you're not sure whether or not she knows about it, but there's definitely something looking back. Physically, what you can see out of this is it's just got a really good vantage point across the canopy of the woods and the valley and to the Oxbow Lakes, which, from the steam rising off them and how damp the ground looks around there, you would say that there's a bit of a swamp around the Oxbow Lake. But what's got your concentration really is this notion that there's definitely something looking back. You get the feeling that it's not one of the other skulls, but it's something in one of the other skulls. Louise, could you do the same for Nicolas Marty, please? Could you also make a willpower test for me?
okay. Also, first, he's going to sit down and try and relax a bit. Like,
Okay.
if you're trying to meditate kind of thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll make any difference, but
Okay. Melissa's
Throw
a
some
little
herb
bit
on the,
curious
brazier.
about what you're doing.
And
You
brazier.
notice she has a tendency to stoop, to sort of lean over. lean forward towards whoever she's talking about, and her eyes sometimes quite wide, and they're a bit unnerving because they're constantly non-blinking. Okay. Nicolas Marty gets exactly the same sensation. There's definitely something looking back at you from out there somewhere. It's almost as if it's the valley itself.
Does the nose work the same way?
You don't know. Nobody's tried the nose.
I go down and sniff.
Yeah. Okay. Make a willpower test.
Make a willpower test in the nose. Snorts.
Not perception smelling.
Oh, sorry, perception smelling. I suppose I could have used a. Oh no, I couldn't actually. Not for you,
It's
I couldn't.
willpower.
But for this, it would be.
I can do
either of those.
perception if you
Yeah,
want.
make a perception smelling test. So from the willpower test, you don't get any sensation of anything untoward. From the smelling test, what you get is a sense of a lot of pollen, a lot of flowering plants from the vines, some of which are crawling up the side of the skull. There's a lot of tree pollen in the air. Nothing untoward. Nothing you wouldn't have expected. There doesn't appear to be any special power of the nose, just the eye sockets for some reason.
Aye. Okay.
Can I ask Malora if it's the same feeling for her? Does she feel like someone's looking back when she looks out?
Right. She seems puzzled by the question. No. I feel no such. Perhaps it is my preternatural nature, or perhaps something else.
Did you say it definitely wasn't the sense that Melora was looking at us?
It's definitely not her, yeah.
And it's definitely something in one of the other skulls.
It's definitely something in one of the other skulls. It's definitely something extremely malign.
Right.
If I concentrate really hard, could I see if I could see it or feel what it is or
You
anything
scored
like that?
18 with 6 stunt points, didn't you?
Yeah.
Where it's located, which skull is it?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to say you get a brief glimpse of a face. It leers back at you. It's a male face, but it's grey. It's almost stone-coloured. It's wearing a sort of conical green hat, and there's blue fire where its eyes should be, wisps of it coming out through the eyes. It sneers at you as if it's seen that you've seen it. You will never leave here alive.
Ugh.
And you get such a shock from that it snaps you out of it and you lose the connection. You were definitely inside another skull, but you couldn't tell where.
Right. So if we just go downriver in the boat, we left alive.
Left alive.
Can I describe that face to Kerj?
Yes,
Is
you
this
can.
your friend?
Okay.
Good question.
It is a good question. I just have to work out how we interpret the available skills we would need. Kerj is pretty sure his friend's eyes weren't on fire the last time you saw him, and that his friend was definitely not grey. But there are other elements of the description, the shape of the face, the green conical hat, which do sound familiar to Kerj. Whether that means that he's taken the hat from your friend who's now dead, or whether it means that that's him perverted by the same power that was corrupting the animals, you don't know. But it definitely seems like a line of connectivity.
Melora, has this skull always pointed in the same direction?
She rolls her eyes upwards a little bit as if she's trying to think. As long as I have been here, yes, it has.
Is there any indication that you've ever seen that it might have pointed in a different direction, that it might be capable of such? That it could turn in anywhere?
Yeah, a bit more concentration from her point, and from her point of view, and she thinks, no, I can't recall ever seeing any indication, but I've only been here a few 100 years.
Looking out of this eye, what is the most distant thing that I can see?
Okay, I'm just going to have to switch myself onto the other map to answer that question. Let me just take a quick look. The most distant thing you can see is the valley wall across from you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the other skull up the far end?
You can
But not from that one.
not without leaning out of that eye
Yeah.
socket, but you could definitely see it from the eye socket that Nicolas is standing in.
Is there anything on that valley wall? Anything significant?
Make a perception seeing test. See if you can notice anything unusual.
Because out of all 5, this is the one she chose to live in, and I don't think it doesn't cross over with any other skull.
It doesn't. It's line of vision, you mean?
Wizards all do.
Yeah, exactly.
Just going to bring myself and the audience back onto the same map that you're on. Kerj rolled 13 and 2 stunt points. Okay. Looking across the valley at the far cliffs, you can see that the valley rises quite high, and as it goes backwards, it's higher and higher and higher into the snow line. However, there's nothing you can see at this level of any interest at all. There's no signs of life, nothing. Till you get to the snow line, which is not only quite high, but set back, because obviously, mountains are sort of conical shaped themselves. Above the snow line, you start to see the sights of other animals again, just that appear from this distance to be behaving relatively normally, and birds, which is one of the things that's been lacking in the valley itself. Almost as if whatever the malign power of this valley is doesn't extend that far. You estimate that would be a good 3 to 4 kilometres away.
Melora, I have 2 questions.
Yes, please ask your questions, and if I can, I will answer them as best I am able.
Why did you choose to make your home in this skull?
The master never comes here. My home used to be in the middle of the valley.
By the lakes?
Let me just double check that. Yes, near the lakes, but not within the marsh.
Mm-hmm. And how many skulls are you aware of in this valley?
There are 5 skulls in the valley, as far as I know.
Right. So you're not aware of this is a further question building on those 2, but you're not aware of any that could be buried?
She pauses to think again. Once again, her eyes kind of rolling upwards slightly as she thinks, her eyebrows arch. It is possible. I've never seen evidence of further skulls buried beneath the valley. Although... Then she kind of trails off.
Although what?
From time to time, shards of bone are found.
Where?
All throughout the valley.
Do you have any of these shards?
I do not.
Have you ever seen any?
Yes, several.
Where did you... How large?
She kind of makes a shape with her hands that you think she's trying to indicate about half a metre.
Right.
That's a heck of a
Damn big
shard.
shard, yes.
So it's entirely possible that there's been another skull that's been smashed up.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't think it's the... From what she said, she doesn't seem to think it's shards of skull, but of other, like long bones primarily.
Ah, the rest of the remains of the Titans.
You think that's what she's trying to get at. There is
Yeah.
a bit of a communication issue between you, though, because there are some concepts that are natural to you that she doesn't quite understand. There are some concepts that are natural to her that don't make a great deal of sense to you and the other characters.
Okay, so specifying the shards of bone that have turned up,
Yeah.
are they shards of skull?
No, I do not believe they are.
Right. When they've turned up, have they been sort of unearthed or have they just appeared somewhere? Are they still in the locations where they were previously?
As far as I'm aware, they remain in place. From time to time, erosion of the soil will reveal one or conceal another. It is the way of nature.
Ah, have you ever seen any around your home?
Okay, I think I'm going to need a roll from her on that one. Let me just get to her perception.
Right, so we sit her in a chair, put a bright light in her face.
Okay,
Interrogation.
yes, she will have done from that then. Let me just take a look. Yes, now and then, occasionally there are bones near here. She kind of points off to the east,
Further up the valley.
further up the valley.
Are you aware of the various arcana of magic?
Indeed, so yes.
Let me know if I'm veering too close to things that my character wouldn't know.
Okay.
But I think like being aware of other arcana in a general sense is like a major thing, yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, you can always make an arcane law test if you want
Yeah.
to.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just say if you're asking anything too specific or that would be outside your bounds of knowledge without one.
Purely a very general question. To the best of your knowledge, would the master be a Death Arcana mage?
Okay, now then, she's going to need her arcane law roll for that one. That would be intelligence, arcane law. She does actually have it. Bang. Aha.
18.
There you go. 18. That's a pass. No, he does not seem to master the arcanum of death.
Would you happen to know what arcana he is versed in?
I think I might know.
Go on, make a suggestion.
Psychic Arcana, because I'm sure there's at least one spell about getting into heads in Psychic, I think.
There is. It might be that he's got that as well, but the one she's immediately aware of is I'll do this as
Nature,
her.
innit?
He has a twisted understanding of the arcanum of nature, wood, water, and so forth.
Hmm.
Just going to make a test about something. Okay. Something about when she said that, you're not actually convinced she's as sure as she's making out, especially not when it came to water.
Hmm.
You get the feeling there's a lot of supposition gone in there, and she's like, yeah, it's probably that.
She has just named one of my arcana and one of Nicholas's.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at least one of which Nicolas should have seen active. And
Yeah.
you know there's something odd about the way the arcana of water was working just before there. It seemed more powerful down by the riverbank, whether that was...
Theory. He has nature, but he doesn't have water. Because if he's got nature, he could then surely stop other people using it as much, maybe? Or using it as well, but he doesn't have a power over water.
It doesn't... From what you've seen, there doesn't appear to be anything as odd with the water as you initially thought. So,
Yeah.
whereas there seems to be something drastically odd about everything else.
Yeah.
speaking to Quoth.
Yeah.
Did you see anything of any particular interest while you've been flying around?
So this is with a beast speech. Oh, it's still running, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you asked him if he saw anything of interest.
Dead
Okay.
pig.
Oh! Many animals, very unfriendly, even by my standards. Quite frightening, scary, strange, twisted things, and those big heads.
I was supposed to say
Not big,
big
heads like the
heads.
Company of Light. Big heads.
Accurate.
Other than
So
that,
just just a
yes, big, buzzy, fly thing, massive, your size.
buzzy.
Oh, bzzz, oh. He's trying to mime something, but he's trying to do it with wings and a tail, and it's just not working at all. Absolutely no idea what he's trying to.
Giant insect.
Like a bee or a wasp.
It's definitely an insect he's describing, but
Yeah.
when you ask about bees or wasps, it's like, are those the stripy ones?
Yes.
Sky raisins.
Then it's not them. Longer, thinner, big beaks.
Mosquito. Sturge.
It's not a sturge. I know what a sturge is. I've seen sturges. You showed me sturges. Thanks for
Yes.
that.
You're welcome.
What's a moxito?
A mojito. That's like so much of that alcohol.
Big beak, big wings, pointy, and for getting blood.
Could be.
Did they look as though they were dangerous at the front or dangerous at the back?
Dangerous at the front.
Right.
Did we make a
Stabby beaks.
And when you saw them, were they flying or were they on the ground?
Mostly flying.
Well done for avoiding them.
Oh, I didn't get that close. They were over by those. What did you call them?
Lakes.
The Oxbow Lakes.
The Oxblood Lakes, yes.
Okay. That would be over by the marsh.
Yes.
That would stand to reason. Okay.
Yes, over by the squishy land. The more Quoth talks, the more he's starting to sound like your goblin characters from the other game. Okay, so is there any other questions you have for either Quoth, or does anybody have any for Melorsa, or...
From the description that we've been given, would we recognise what he's talking about with regards to having encountered or knowing lore or knowledge?
You can make some natural lore rolls, yeah. Anybody that passes one of those, I'll tell you what it is he's referring to.
Do you need the focus, or can it just be raw intelligence?
Yeah, just raw intelligence will be fine. I'm not going to insist on the focus for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
base 10 of 11, yeah?
yes.
Yeah, I'll be fast.
I did.
Well, actually, Kerj passed anyway because he kind of guessed during the conversation he asked, and he was right. So yes, Aldoran, it's definitely mosquitoes that Quoth is talking about, but the description he's given you is of mosquitoes about the size of Kerj.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Does Melora know if the legend about the river is true, or the stream?
Ah, the legend of the sword in the river and the hero that cut himself upon it. Yes, that legend is true.
Oh, wonderful.
Did they actually recover the sword, or is it still there?
The sword was not recovered as far as I know, but lies somewhere still beneath the waters.
Well, this sounds like it's going to make an excellent song.
Although the legend of how long ago this happened is not true.
Is it longer?
No,
Sure.
it was within my time here.
So the hero didn't actually kill the giants or the titans.
No, they were already nothing but bones and memories.
Okay.
Wait, so did he just sort of accidentally fall on his sword really not heroically?
No,
And made a story up.
he lost the sword fighting the master.
Ah.
Ah.
Or the master's creatures, at least.
Did the hero survive?
Yes.
Well, how else would the legend get out?
I don't know. He might not survive, but his friends might not.
Yes.
Can you see where the sword is?
She turns towards the what do you call it? Eye socket. Sorry, my mind went completely blank there. Puts her hands on the bone of the eye socket, peers out. Her eyes go completely white as they roll back in her head. And she's clearly not here. She's not looking at anything directly out there. She's looking through the... Yes, the sword lies still before the skull of fear.
Ah, which one is the skull of...
Dun, dun,
Which is the skull of fear?
That's how he tripped.
That's how he tripped, yes. The skull of fear lies east of us.
If I make this little diagram, just taking some parchment and a quill, which I'm sure Quoth will gladly donate.
I'll just drag you back to the picture
Marty
of the...
probably has a set of
Valley.
writing tools on him.
Yeah, that's true.
I've probably
yeah,
got the map, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm pulling a feather out of Quoth. Right. Could you draw on here
don't know
which
if
is the skull of fear?
Sorry, go ahead.
Could you put on here which is the skull of fear, and if you happen to know, what are the names of the other skulls?
Okay. I will just check that, but before I answer that, I'm just going to tell you this slight anecdote, because at exactly the moment you said you were going to pull a quill out of Quoth before Marty handed you one, so you didn't have to. There was the crow that lives just outside our house on our satellite dish.
I can hear them.
Actually called. There are some on the recording now, but that was
Yeah.
that was the one outside. Okay, let me just have a look at. Okay, so have I brought you back over to this? Yes, I have.
Yes.
Brought
Yes.
you back over to the valley map. I'm just going to erase all these yellow lines now. But she marks the Skull of Fear as the next one up the valley from here.
Mm-hmm.
So to the east and up one inclination of the valley wall. So that would be what? 10, 20, 30, 40.
Whereabouts would the sword be then in that case? Would it be
Just
there?
where I'm
On
pinging.
that line?
Yeah. That's where she claims the sword is.
So we could do that without having to swap over the other side of the river again.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. You could, yeah.
Skull of Fear.
It's a very ominous name.
It is an ominous name, isn't it? I've just realised why it's not letting me delete them. I think they're on a different layer.
Is that the grey skull?
There we go.
Castle.
Right, now then, you asked about the other skulls. Okay.
Castle or Serenity?
She doesn't know the names of the other. I do not know the names of the other skull. I call that one the Skull of Fear, for it radiates a sense of dread to all who approach it. Even I feel the sense of dread, although it has grown worse, stronger, these last 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have a name for this skull where you live?
I call this one the Skull of Seeing.
I
But
thought she was going to say she calls it home.
But the remaining skulls have no names.
The remaining skulls may have names to others, but not to I.
Right.
Isn't that a song?
The skulls have no names.
Discuss happening.
Did anyone ask much about Kerj's missing friend? I just can't remember.
I
Yeah.
asked if I asked Kerj if that was him,
That's
but
right.
we haven't.
But nobody's asked Melissa is the point. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do that next.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Ask her when the master turned up.
yeah, unfortunately, I had to kind of drop that hint there because I desperately needed to realise whether you hadn't asked or I'd forgotten to mention something. So sorry about that bit of a spoiler and a bit of a point in the right direction. So you're going to ask when the master turned up and if she knows of.
Did he? What did? Has he been corrupted? And what was he like before he was corrupted?
Okay, so I'm going to start with memories of Callum Rasmil, although she doesn't know his name. I remember a human druid. He came to the valley some years before. I forget quite how long ago. My perception of time is a little different to those of you mortal races. Because bristles a little bit at the idea of being a mortal race, because he is himself a fae. He promised to find the source of the corruption in the valley, and he headed towards the Skull of Fear, but he never returned here. So yes, from that you gather that the corruption predates him.
So how long ago was that? Oh, she didn't say because of the time thing.
Yeah, many years, but she doesn't really perceive time quite the same way. Which leads you back to some of the earlier things she said, and suddenly you think, well, when she said she's been here for hundreds of years, does she mean hundreds of years? Does she mean thousands of years? So, yeah, last week.
And I also am an elf.
Mm-hmm. That's right, you're technically not that mortal either, yeah.
And Nicolas Marty's a half elf.
Yep.
Yes. In that case, go ahead and give me a... let me think now. It'll be intelligence. I'm going to go with arcane law on this one, I think. Yes, arcane law.
Is that for everybody?
Yeah, everybody can make one of these. I'm going to give it...
I don't have arcane law, but if there's any other sort of songs about the place, could I use musical law?
Historical law, that type of thing.
I'm going to allow the bard to use... Yeah. What did you say, Louise? What was your question exactly?
Any other songs or anything about the area? Could I use musical law?
Go ahead. I'll let you use musical law. Although it's not so much about the area, it's more about the nature of... No idea. You're aware that nymphs and dryads are some kind of fey creature, some kind of fairy. You're not quite sure how they differ to elves and beast folk who are also technically fey of some description. You know there is a difference, but you don't really know what it is. Kerj, on the other hand, appears to.
Bigger ears.
Yeah. Well, the ties for these creatures are different, so they kind of exist in two. In both the Fey realms and this one at the same time, almost in a kind of weird way that mortals don't really grasp. And certainly her sense of time would be massively dilated. So when she says 200 years, it could be anything up to 1,000 years. When she says...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Because if it's the same everywhere between the two planes, then time's moving faster here than it is in the fairy realm.
Yeah.
If it's the same as it was with the bit of the fairy realm that we visited with the other party.
Yeah, with the goblins. Yeah, and the drac. Yeah. So you get the idea that time to her it's really hard for her to contemplate times beyond the seasons and so on. And after a while, it all kind of blurs together a bit and gets a bit like me after a year and a bit of lockdown. What day is this? Well, it's 2021 already. Are you sure?
Not only that, it's April.
I don't know already.
Yeah. 2 weeks' time, I'm having my second lockdown birthday. So don't kill my character that day.
We'll try not to. Okay, so yeah, that's all she's been able to tell you. From what you gather, the corruption of the valley appears to outdate the arrival of Kerj's friend. He seems to have gone deeper into the valley, promising to do something about it, but she's not seen him again. She only remembers it was years ago, but can't be specific. Kerj knows he hasn't seen him for 10 years, and he knows from conversations with the trappers and mountain folk that they are aware of him having entered this valley sometime in that missing period. So you haven't really narrowed it down a great deal, unfortunately.
Well, last 10 years.
Last
I'm
10
going.
years.
I'm going to put my hands on the eye socket, and try to emulate what it is that I've seen her do that lets us see further. And I want to focus on this area here.
Okay. Go for it. Make a willpower test for me, please. Okay. You're trying to see other areas of the valley through the eyes, but you just don't seem to be able to focus in on that. You can see the external areas of the other skulls just briefly flash into your mind before they disappear again as if something's resisting them. But you don't seem to be able to see that section. In fact, the closer you get to the bit where the eye lines of all the other skulls are crossing, the harder it is for you to see.
Oh, so this area here is more difficult to see than elsewhere.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, I'll try again. I'm going to look over here. I'm going to try and see, what animals there are over here, for instance.
Okay. Peering through the skull's eyes again, you concentrate as best you can. You still feel there's something resisting you, but it's not as determined anymore. You can see out across there, and you're now in a position where you can't quite decide for yourself whether what you're seeing is through the skull's eyes or through your own. It's becoming very blurred. It's very difficult to tell. But you can see various animals in the forest. These corrupted boar, these strange dire wolves. Also, you can see something else. You can see there are vines that occasionally just snatch an animal off the forest wall and rip it up into the tree line. The trees will start to shake and vibrate, and then blood, bones, bits of animal. As if
everyone, we're probably dealing with another angry tree or trees.
Could
Oh,
be.
fabulous.
Could be.
Ain't going over there. Ain't going over there.
Oh, it could be anywhere though. Right, so over here then it really does kind of converge for skulls, because even though that one's like, if it was a straight line, it could still see sort of field of vision. That one's not sort of on the same kind of angle, but it all looks to there.
If it was a cone.
We could head over to the Skull of Fear and then cross back over and have a look in the middle bit, maybe?
I think it's with good cause that she chose to make a home where she did, because it's not doing the same that the other four are.
Yeah.
It's been knocked out of alignment.
Maybe.
Could be.
Or its head's turned or something or other. It doesn't fit with the rest.
Maybe that's the happy one.
Just an interesting point. If you draw a skull, you've got a kind of larger curve, for the top of the skull, and a smaller curve for the jaw. Do you see these oxbow lakes? Kind of has a skull sort of motif, just with the trees inside. Am I seeing faces in the clouds here or what?
Yeah, so that's the back of the head is. There. I'll do this, and there's a jawline there.
Yes, exactly.
Potentially that pulls an eye. This looks to be a damp eye.
Mm-hmm.
He looks so happy, but probably isn't.
If those are all looking there and that one is buried face up,
Could be.
It's also a heck of a lot bigger than the others, if that's...
Why is it looking skyward?
Hey, dude, what's up?
hmm,
The sky.
well, if it was bigger, if it was a chieftain, some sort of prime,
And
a
here's an
leader.
arm.
Sorry?
Here's an arm and a hand.
If it was a leader that all of the rest were giving kind of respect and deference to, all looking to their boss. I think there's certainly something of interest in there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And is that where the sword was lost as well?
The
Sword was here.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
sword's
sword's
a bit,
around
yeah.
about there.
By the Skull of Fear, right? Is this where her home used to be?
She wasn't terribly specific. She just said she lived deeper in the valley.
But she did say by the lakes,
I think she
And-
did
Yeah.
say by the lakes, yeah.
but not the marsh.
Yes, which would suggest sort of rather than inside the Oxbow Lakes, maybe he's on the outskirts.
Mm.
Or yeah.
I'll ask her about the mosquitoes.
Yes, many times the size of normal mosquitoes.
But they
Is-
suck.
Is there any way to repel them that you're aware of? Any kind of remedies, any unguents that we might place on ourselves to make us less palatable?
Let me just have a look now.
Gin and tonic.
Is there an in-universe version of the Avon lady? Because I remember that one of Avon's bath things used to be really good for keeping mosquitoes off you.
You need to burn that particular type of incense.
Yeah. Okay, yes, she does know of some fumes that repel them. The burning of certain dried... I do know of the burning of certain dried herbs, which seem to repel them. However, the herbs are increasingly difficult to find in the valley's interior. Perhaps I could find some near here.
If we do a load of moon fruit first, would that do it?
I will help you find fumes that will repel these animals in exchange for your services in some small, large matter.
Please do tell us
I'm
what
not that kind of bard.
Every bard is that kind of bard.
That's a
Return,
stereotype.
Is it Darkness Rising?
I seduce the priestess.
restore the balance to the valley. Restore
That is
nature
exactly what we intend to do.
to its normality.
Absolutely.
Destroy the master. Free the valley. Let nature return to its true form.
Absolutely.
Then take these. And she heads down towards the chest, which I accidentally placed backwards. I'll show you what I mean. If you take a close look at the chest, you'll notice
The handle's on the wall side.
the handles on both
Oh,
sides.
yeah.
And I'd completed the map and uploaded it before I noticed that one. It's not like me at all, but there you go. She turns the chest around.
Why does it have a plate and a candle holder?
And she takes the plate, the candle holder, and everything off the top, and opens the chest. And inside, you see, she has bundles of different plants and herbs. She looks through them, rummages through them, and takes them out, and hands each of you a bundle. So each one of you can add a bundle of insect-repelling herbs. Light the herbs. The fumes that emerge will keep the creatures at bay for a time.
Can you be a bit more specific than a time?
Oh, it's her and time again. Just very, very,
Damn.
yeah.
Oh no.
She's almost like a goth band. The minute you say, "Can you get to the gig for this time?" No fucking chance. But
But they say, yes, we can.
yeah. Can you get to the gig for this time? There'll be food in it for you. They get a lot more accurate about their time.
Oh,
And a free
thank
drink.
Get on the stage or you're not getting paid. They get really accurate about the time and then. All except Rome Burns, who still have their tea. I'm sorry, Simon, but I'm still. I know it's. I know it's 10 years since that incident, but. Okay then. So yes, you've each got one. She's a bit vague about the "it's snowing." Good God.
Bit vague about it snowing.
Sorry, I've just glanced out the window and there is a covering of snow on the ground already. It was fine when I looked out a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I live near
Where is
you
that,
at higher
actually?
altitude.
Yeah, that's it. That's the problem. Sometimes we get fog that turns out to be low-lying cloud. Yeah, so she's a bit vague about how long this is going to last. You reckon, looking at them, you think if you set them on fire, they'd probably burn for just a few minutes before you'd have to drop them before they set your fingers on fire.
Yeah, it's fallen here as hail.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Right. Looking at these plants that she's given us,
Yes.
are there any seeds among them?
Okay, that's an interesting point.
I'll grow some more.
That's not a bad idea. I am going to be.
Actually,
Yeah.
is Kerj still carrying a bunch of seeds to look for places to plant stuff? Because, like, I feel like this would probably be a good place to put, like, a moonfruit tree or something, especially as she's been really kind and given us some stuff.
Maybe once you've Sorry.
Yes. Once the place is returned to balance and
yes.
no longer heavily
Well,
corrupted.
yeah.
Imagine
Don't
an
plant it till we
angry
come back.
moonfruit tree.
No, it's a bad moon rising fruit tree.
Oh, dear. Okay, I am going to say yes. There's going to be some seeds in amongst there.
Right, in which case, I'm going to work some druid magic.
Okay, go for it.
I'll take them outside. This should rather please her, in fact. That not only, hopefully, am I going to make some more for us, I'll make some more for her.
Okay. If you cast the spell, I'm going to say that the number of bundles you make will be equal to the result of your stunt dice.
6.
4. it turned
4.
out to be. Yeah. So you cast the spell on the seeds and form enough for 4 more bundles of these things emerge. Just grow fully from the seeds, spring up into. Unfortunately, these ones are green and verdant, whereas the ones that you are going to set fire to are dried.
But could you leave them sort of like some in the ground to actually grow? So there's like a little herb garden.
Yes, you could.
Well, the question is, are we in any rush to move on with this? Could we spend the night here, if her hospitality would extend to it? Because
Certainly.
I could use an awful lot of magic to propagate these things and make a very large garden of them.
Yeah, okay, she's happy to let you stay the night. You may, of course, stay the night. Unfortunately, my humble abode is not terribly comfortable for... She kind of wags her hands in the general direction of the player characters. She doesn't want to say, like, you people or mortals or anything, because she feels she's, you're not actually all mortals here in this, or not in the sense that you would think of it. Maybe in the sense
But
that
you're not
she would
saying
think of it.
for others.
For
We've
others,
got
yeah.
in worse places.
We have spent time in far worse places, believe me.
We've got bedrolls.
See, we could pet the pig,
The pig
tickle
looks.
it behind the ears.
The pig looks up almost as if it understood, even though it can actually only talk to Kerj, and kind of grunts, and then puts its
Give it a
head back
tickle
down.
behind the ears. Feed it an apple.
It wolfs the apple down. Well, it more sort of hogs the apple, really, I suppose. Okay, so you decide to spend the night here and get some rest. So you can go ahead and get a long rest, which means you can restore any magic points that you used during the fight at the other side of the river.
So
You
I'm using my remaining before I sleep. I'm
Yes.
using my remaining 22 points of magic.
Yep.
All on regrowth on these seeds, or well, can I use them on the existing plants as well to age them?
So that they then seed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how the spell works, isn't it?
Yes.
It puts a year's growth onto them.
Yes.
So if they're are they annual?
Huh?
In
There would
fact,
be, yeah, there'd be annual.
Mm.
Yeah. So yes,
So
you can.
the first ones that you've done, you could do them so that they seed.
Yep.
And then move it across, and then do 2 lots. And
Yep.
then 4 lots. I don't know how many spell. How much does the spell cost?
3.
3 points. And how much did you say you were casting? 20 points
22.
worth. 22 points worth.
Yep.
22 points worth. So, doing the area effect, how much does it actually affect?
Well, it isn't area of effect. It says used on a seed.
A seed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So technically,
you
when I
was-
said 4 before, I should really have just given you 1, but never mind. Since I was a bit lenient with the water spell earlier, that seems a nice balance. Okay, so 22 divided by 3 would be
7.
7, thank you. That's 7 attempts to cast. For each one you pass, you can have another bundle.
Okay.
But you could reduce the cost if you get stunts.
That's very true, you could, yeah.
Okay.
So you've got 1 spare point at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pass. You could reduce the cost to give you 2 spare points at that point.
Well, it's reducing the cost, and there's other effects as well. Because
You could double cast, can't you?
yeah, exactly.
Is that a 4 pointer?
Yes, a split spell. So if it has
Cast
one
on 2
target, you can
seeds.
affect 2.
Yeah.
As long as the second target is
that's
within the
fine.
spell's range. Okay.
That gets you an extra attempt,
Yeah.
effectively. You get you an extra seed, sorry.
Right.
Oh god, we're going to be here all day, aren't we? Right, okay, I think we're going to have to abstract this a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say that by the time you've lost the will to continue casting magic, you have, I'm going to say 10. You created
Okay.
10. Right, that includes the 4 I gave you before when it should technically only have been 1. We'll say you get 10
Okay.
in total.
Right.
Plus the 1 each you were already given.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 14 of these bundles you've got
Lovely.
in total. You may distribute those as you wish. You may
Well,
then...
you may as well give...
Evenly.
Yes. You may
So
then...
if you-
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you give her 4 back and give her then the extra 1,
Yes.
right, yeah. That then means... No, sorry, if you give her 2 back and there's 12, we can have 3 each.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That
Okay,
makes sense.
add those to your character sheet. With that, Kerj kind of slumps into... You finally found out what the haystacks are for, because she pulls section of the hay out to make beds for people. And there you go. You all get a suitable night's rest. So as well as your magic points back, you all get a night's rest worth of hit points back. So that's a long rest, which I'm going to have to refresh my memory on, even though it's only been a week.
There's a handout.
It is, yeah.
Healing total rest. 10 plus con plus level.
Here, this here is downright comfortable compared to that drafting monastery I slept in.
Yes, and the drafting monastery also had those horrible whispering shadow
Yes.
demons, didn't they? Speaking of which,
Yeah.
can I have a
No.
could I have a perception hearing test from you all, please? This is one of those rare occasions where you'll be better served to fail it. So,
So of
Marty,
course it passed it.
so of course you passed
Speak in
it.
English, Marty, with it. See,
Okay, that's an interesting point. If it's better off to fail it, is a focus voluntary?
Yes.
In which case, take -2 off that.
Right, okay. Each of you are disturbed during the course of the night by the sound of whispering, this malicious whispering you can hear just inside your head, and you can't quite make out what it's saying. It's disturbing enough for the rest of you. For Nicolas, Marty, it's particularly disturbing because you have flashbacks to the monastery of St. Cuthbert, which was infected by the shadow demons that were doing exactly the same thing. They were whispering from the shadows.
Nope, not again. No, not again.
so everybody effectively rolled 13 there.
Okay, so everybody's has a
Unlucky
slightly disturbed night. It's not going to be disturbed enough that you don't get your healing or your magic points back, but it's disturbed enough that you're aware of this sort of whispering sound. Also, every time you woke up, Melorsa was awake, and it suddenly occurs to you that that's probably because nymphs and dryads don't need to sleep. And on most of those occasions, the boar was asleep. Melorsa, on the other hand, has been doing all sorts of stuff like peering out the windows, like the eye sockets, standing over the braziers. At one point, you don't see her at all, and then eventually you notice that she's actually on the trellises, almost melded into the vines, which have kind of wrapped around her. That's as close as she seems to get to sleep. She spends about 2 hours entwined in those, and that refreshes her entirely. She'll awake the next morning a little bit more nervous than you would ideally like and not feeling as refreshed. She has bowls of fruit for you, fruit and vegetables for you to eat. She even cooked some of them on the braziers, sort of kebab style, sliced carrot on the and onion and stuff on the skewers, which is then roasted over the thing. So you all eat a hearty is a strong word, but you all eat a suitable breakfast before
Low
carb, yes, before heading down, thanking Melorsa for her hospitality and promising that you will do all within your power to destroy the evil influences on her glade, her valley, and restore the balance of nature. And that's where we'll draw it to a close for today, I think. Thank you very much for joining me for today's game. We'll pick it up from where you're about to... we'll pick it up from part of your journey deeper into the valley next week when we come back to it. Does anybody have any final questions before we go?
No, I'm good.
Nope. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining me, and those of you who have watched the stream or the video, thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you'd like to give me any pointers or comments, feel free to do so. You can email me. The email address is I'll give you one of the easier ones to use, actually. If you email me on my work address, it's the easiest one. So that's and I've forgotten it. That's
The easiest one to remember.
Yeah, that's the easiest one to remember. That's dh9radio@mail.com. dh9radio@mail.com. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand this stream back over to the thing. And thank you and good afternoon.